Chapter 801. As the carriage flew through the air, Shi Ningmeng lay in Lin Feng's arms, unconscious, looking at her delicate and charming face. Lin Feng smiled faintly. This woman was very cute. Her personality was also quite lovable. As for the reward she offered, Lin Feng didn't accept it. Naturally, it wasn't because he wanted to act cool in front of Shi Ningmeng to capture her heart. It was because once a sacred medicine was split into two, it had to be consumed in a short time. Otherwise, the medicine would quickly lose its effect. Lin Feng was neither injured nor sick. Even if he obtained half of the medicine, he wouldn't use it. Moreover, it would destroy the medicine. Moreover, Lin Feng also had sacred medicines on him. He had 2 red fruits. He even had an immortal medicine, the 9 dragon fruit. It was a supreme treasure that surpassed sacred medicines. Of course, there was one more thing. Lin Feng's words to Shi Ningmeng were from the bottom of his heart. He didn't want to see such a delicate and peerless beauty like Shi Ningmeng die a tragic death. Men, they should have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Shi Ningmeng slightly twisted her body and hugged Lin Feng's waist, changing into a more comfortable position. She was injured, so she was more sleepy. The carriage quickly flew through the air. 10 days later, the carriage stopped in a mountain forest. After a period of recuperation, Shi Ningmeng's complexion had improved a lot. Because the position of her injury was special, she still needed to go back and recuperate for a while to completely recover. We'll reach Stone City in about 3 days, Shi Ningmeng said excitedly. She didn't even dare to think about returning to Stone City alive. You'll never be able to return to Stone City. At that moment, a cold laugh sounded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many figures rushed over from all directions. One of them was a woman. This woman was wearing a snow-white dress, which perfectly displayed her curvaceous figure. She was born with a beautiful face, but that face had a bone-chilling expression. This woman was as cold as ice. She was Ning Hanshuang. More than 100 Ning clan cultivators had already surrounded the place. It's Ning Hanshuang, Shi Ningmeng said with a pale face. With so many people surrounding her and Lin Feng, Shi Ningmeng couldn't help but feel despair, especially when she was still injured. Shi Ningmeng, you're really good at running away. You almost made it back to Stone City, but it's over now. You won't be able to escape today. Ning Hanshuang coldly looked at Shi Ningmeng. This woman, very beautiful, but it was too cold. It was so cold that no one could get close to it. Ning Hanshuang, are you not afraid of offending the Alchemist Association? Shi Ningmeng gritted her teeth. The Alchemist Union doesn't get involved in the affairs of influential families. Otherwise, it would be against the Alchemist Union's principles. Besides, AO Tian Ancient City is supported by an influential group. They're as strong as the Alchemist Union. Ning Hanshuang said coldly. Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What kind of power stood behind AO Tian Ancient Capital? What kind of power was it? This faction should be related to Dugu Outyen making a move against the Lin family, right? Lin Feng's eyes grew colder and colder. Miss, it's that brat. He killed many of our people. A cultivator from the Ning family pointed at Lin Feng. Ning Hanshuang looked at Lin Feng with cold eyes. Brat, no one can save you for killing my people. Today, I'll let you and Shi Ningmeng die together. That way, you won't be lonely in the Yellow Springs. Attack! Ning Hanshuang's voice faded. More than 30 cultivators surrounded Lin Feng and Shi Ningmeng. Get on my back, Lin Feng said. Shi Ningmeng nodded and hugged Lin Feng's neck with both hands. Her slender legs clamped around Lin Feng's waist as she looked around nervously. Die, brat, The cultivators from the Ning family were filled with killing intent. Powerful magical treasures appeared one after another, attacking Lin Feng and Shi Ningmeng. There's a blade in my heart that can split the heavens and earth. Lin Feng stepped forward and waved his right hand. The sky splitter slashed out, with Lin Feng as the center. The blade light swept out in all directions. Powerful magical treasures were shattered by Lin Feng's sky splitter. Retreat, retreat quickly, the cultivators from the Ning family shouted with pale faces. Lin Feng's attack. He was too powerful. Its power could only be described as unfathomable. The cultivators from the Ning family screamed in fear. Dodge quickly, but they couldn't dodge Lin Feng's attack. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. The cultivators from the Ning family were killed on the spot. More than 30 cultivators rushed over together. In the end, only a few managed to escape. Brat, you're courting death. Ning Han's Huang shouted angrily when she saw this. Ice sword. A cold light flashed in her right hand. A treasured sword flew out. The treasured sword emitted waves of destructive energy waves. It was a Tao artifact. This Ning Han's Huang. She had a Tao artifact. This was something that Lin Feng didn't expect. Ning Han's Huang held the ice sword and slashed out. The Tao artifact's power was activated, and a 1,000-foot-long sword light condensed. It instantly slashed down. What a powerful Tao artifact! Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't hesitate. He took out the black dragon sword and slashed out. A resplendent sword light rushed out. The two supreme treasures collided. Lin Feng and Ning Han's Huang couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Lin Feng's black dragon sword was actually more powerful than Ning Han Huang's ice sword, but the black dragon sword only had one seal unlocked. It couldn't fully display its power, which was why Ning Han's Huang was able to use her ice sword to fight against Lin Feng's black dragon sword. After this attack, Ning Han's Huang shouted coldly, "All of you, follow me and kill them." There were nearly 100 cultivators from the Ning family in addition to Ning Han's Huang. Lin Feng naturally wasn't afraid, but he was carrying the injured Shi Ningming on his back. If he wasn't careful in the battle, Shi Ningming could be killed. At this moment, it wasn't good to continue fighting with these people. The 100 cultivators attacked together with Ning Han's Huang. Lin Feng took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. This pagoda floated above Lin Feng, and the 7 treasures glazed light shone down, protecting him and Shi Ningming. Lin Feng was slaughtering his way through the crowd, leaving a trail of blood behind him. He was quickly moving towards the city. Damn it, Chase. Chapter 802. Stone City. The Eastern County was one of the 10 ancient capitals of the Divine Prefecture. The Eastern County Alchemist Union was set up in Stone City. After entering Stone City, Shi Ningming could finally heave a sigh of relief. No matter how bold Ning Han's Huang was, she would definitely not dare to enter Stone City. If she dared to enter, he had a way to kill her here. Night fell. Stone City was very lively. Lin Feng and Ning Han's Huang walked toward the Alchemist Union together. In the distance, there was a sea of people. Countless people were watching. Even many people from the big families of Stone City had come. I wonder what happened here. Lin Feng asked. The president of the Eastern County Divine Prefecture's Spirit Array Union has gone to the headquarters of the 72 states in the north to report on his work. The new president will be coming, the cultivator said. Lu Wuming, the patriarch of the Lu family in Stone City, has arrived. Zhang Chen, the patriarch of the Zhang family in Stone City, has arrived. Sun Ba, the patriarch of the feudal martial sect in Stone City, has arrived. Shouts came one after another. Luxurious beast carriages came from all directions. These were all the big factions in Stone City. The leaders of the big factions got off the beast carriages and greeted each other with cupped fists. There are a total of 7 ancient factions in Stone City. The leaders of these ancient families and sects are all here. It's even more lively than when my father was the president of the Alchemist Union. Shi Ningming whispered. Lin Feng nodded. This was normal, because the status of a spirit array master was higher than that of an alchemist. Roar. At this moment, a loud dragon roar came from afar. A flood dragon pulled a beast carriage and rushed over. There were hundreds of powerful cultivators riding strange beasts protecting it. It was very ostentatious. They're here. The eyes of the patriarchs of the big families in Stone City suddenly lit up, and they quickly stood up. The flood dragon pulled the carriage and landed on the square. Stone City welcomes Lord. The patriarchs of the big families said in unison. They were full of respect. Pairs of eyes looked at the beast carriage. The curtain of the carriage opened. Then, a spirit array master wearing a scorching sun robe walked out. In the Spirit Array Union, only 2 kinds of people were qualified to wear the scorching sun robe. The first kind was the Grand Elder of the Spirit Array Union, a high figure. This kind of person was basically a spirit array master of the Earth stage or above. The second type of person was the president of a prefecture's Spirit Array Caster Guild. They might not have reached the level of the Grand Elder. However, they were in charge of the Spirit Array Caster Guild in a prefecture. It was equivalent to a feudal official. Therefore, he was also given the scorching sun robe. Jean Junhua. Seeing the cultivator coming out of the beast carriage, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He did not expect Jean Junhua to be transferred to the East County to be the president of the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters. Of course, with Jean Junhua's experience and ability, he was indeed qualified. Everyone, nice to meet you. It's my first time here, so please take care of me in the future. Jean Junhua cupped his fists. Under the admiration of the big shots of the Stone City, Yi Zichen was like the moon surrounded by stars. Jean Junhua walked towards the Spirit Array Caster Guild. That person seems to be Jean Junhua. It's said that he's been in the Great Hall of Spiritual Array Masters in the 72 prefectures in the north for many years. He has a deep background, so it's no wonder that he was able to become the president of the Central Spiritual Array Master Union. It seems that he used his connections. I heard that Jean Junhua was transferred out because he had connections with a great elder. It can't be, right? Although the great elder's status is respected, he doesn't have the power to be transferred out. I heard that the great elder is not simple. Even the person in charge of the Spirit Array Master Union in the 72 prefectures, Murong Baichuan, is on the same level as him. Murong Baichuan is a Heaven Stage Spirit Array Master. Could it be that the Great Elder is also a Heaven Stage Spirit Array Master? Or is he about to become a Heaven Stage Spirit Array Master? If that's the case, relying on the Great Elder's connections, Jean Junhua might be transferred out. I wonder who the Great Elder is. What's his name? I'm not sure. Many people were talking about it. Lin Feng and Shi Ningming came to the Alchemist Guild. Young miss, you're back. An old servant hurried over. Where's my father? Shi Ningming asked. The president is refining medicine in seclusion. He's been in seclusion for half a month. The old servant said. Shi Ningming could not help but sigh. Her father was obsessed with refining medicine. In Shi Ningming's opinion, her father's obsession with refining medicine was even more than his concern for her. She could not help but feel a little disappointed. She said, "Prepare a room for Lin Gongzi." "Yes, young miss," the old servant replied. He then looked at Lin Feng and said respectfully, "Lin Gongzi, please come with me." Sure, Ning Meng's disappointment came and went quickly. Perhaps it was because she had experienced it too many times over the years, so she was already used to it. Rest well tonight. She winked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and left with the old servant. In front of the Alchemist Guild was a large hall that was 5 stories tall. After passing through the hall, there were many courtyards. There were fake mountains, strange rocks, and small bridges. The scenery was unique and captivating. In the courtyards, there were many small courtyards that were set up with formations. The old servant said, "Young master, this courtyard is where you can rest. Thank you for leading the way." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "If you have any instructions, you can call this old servant. If there's nothing else, this old servant will take his leave." Lin Feng nodded. The old servant bowed and left. It was obvious that the men and women of the Alchemist Guild did not live in the same area. The other courtyard was probably where the women lived. It was already late at night. Lin Feng sat on the eaves, holding a jar of wine as he looked at the moon and drank the wine. Where was the other side of the starry sky? Where was his mother? Lin Feng muttered, squinting as he looked into the distance, lost in thought. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from a courtyard 100 meters away. Bang! Immediately after, there was a loud sound. "I failed again." "How could I fail again?" An annoyed voice said. "Exploding pills?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. As expected of the Alchemist Guild, it was already late at night, but there were still people concocting pills. He carefully sensed that there were at least 10 people concocting pills in the surrounding courtyards. Lin Feng was rather bored, so he decided to go over and watch the commotion. If fate brought them together, he wouldn't mind teaching them some alchemy knowledge. Lin Feng jumped into the air and landed in the courtyard. When the pill had exploded, the door had been destroyed. A middle-aged man was sitting on the ground. His face was black, and his hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. Lin Feng smelled the fragrance in the air and said indifferently, "You're concocting a high-tier, earth-tier soul returning pill. The soul returning pill is made from 375 different types of spirit herbs. There are 3 main ingredients: soul returning grass, soul nurturing flower, and soul stabilizing vine. You failed because you used the wrong method to fuse the 3 main ingredients." Suddenly hearing this voice, the middle-aged alchemist's eyes widened. He turned his head and saw that a young cultivator had unknowingly arrived in the courtyard. "How do you know I'm concocting a soul-returning pill?" the middle-aged alchemist asked in disbelief. "Is it that hard to tell? I can tell by smelling the fragrance in the air that there are 4 different fragrances in the air. It seems like you've already failed 4 times." Lin Feng said indifferently. The middle-aged man was shocked. There was only one thought in his mind. How is this possible? How is this possible? The person in front of him could tell that he was concocting a soul-returning pill just by smelling the fragrance. Moreover, he could tell that he had already failed 4 times. He was completely right. He had indeed failed 4 times. He could tell how many times he had failed just by smelling the fragrance in the air. Could it be that this person was a heaven-tier spirit array master? Thinking of this, the middle-aged alchemist's heart was filled with shock. Heaven-rank alchemists, even in the Sky Martial Continent, they were also existences as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Who was this person in front of him? There was only one heaven-tier alchemist in the 72 northern prefectures. Chapter 803. Even though Lin Feng was young, in this world there was no lack of young people who could be considered heaven-defying. The middle-aged alchemist considered Lin Feng to be one of these people. He quickly stood up and bowed to Lin Feng. "May I ask how I should address you, sir?" Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "You and I have only met by chance, so there's no need to ask about my background." The middle-aged alchemist hurriedly said, "This one has been rude. Please punish me, sir." "It's not a big mistake, so you'll be excused," Lin Feng said indifferently. He then continued, "When refining the soul-returning pill, the three main ingredients are not added at the very end. Instead, they are added in three different stages." The middle-aged alchemist's expression suddenly changed. It was obvious that this sir wanted to give him some pointers. He actually had such a fortuitous encounter. He listened carefully, not daring to miss a single word. When these 375 spirit herbs were fused into the pill was the 172nd spirit herb, infused with the heart-refining grass. Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged alchemist hurriedly nodded. "That's right, it was the heart-refining grass." Lin Feng said indifferently, "I'm guessing that there's a problem with your prescription. The 172nd spirit herb should have been infused with the soul-returning grass's medicinal liquid." Soul-returning grass. Isn't that the main ingredient? Isn't the main ingredient supposed to be added at the very end? The middle-aged alchemist asked doubtfully. Lin Feng coldly snorted. "Pedantic. Who said that the main ingredient can't be added halfway through the refinement?" Many of the alchemy books passed down from the alchemist temple were written by the so-called old pedants of the temple based on incomplete ancient texts. They made up a lot of nonsense, and many places are too pedantic. They don't know how to be flexible, which leads to the low success rate of refining some pills. The middle-aged alchemist laughed bitterly again and again, but he could only listen modestly. Said Lin Feng, "Resurrection grass condenses the strength of the first 171 herbs, but the strength of the first 171 herbs doesn't disperse. The refining heart grass's effect is to dissolve them. If you add resurrection grass to the 172nd herb, the strength of the first 171 herbs will be dissolved. But if you add resurrection grass, the strength of the first 171 herbs will be condensed. And then you add refining heart grass. At that time, not only will the refining heart grass not be able to disperse the strength of the first 171 herbs, but it will also dissolve the impurities in the strength of the herbs," said Lin Feng. The more the middle-aged pharmacist listened, the brighter his eyes became. Lin Feng continued, "The second main ingredient, the spirit-nurturing flower, will replace the 298th ice fruit spirit liquid. The ice fruit spirit liquid belongs to the ice element, so adding it too early will cause the spirit liquid to shrink quickly and cause it to condense the core ahead of time. There are still dozens of other spirit liquids that haven't been added yet. If the core is condensed ahead of time, the other spirit liquids won't be able to perfectly merge with the previous spirit liquids." No wonder. The middle-aged pharmacist thought of the situation he had encountered when he was concocting the soul-returning pill. So this was the reason why he had been so troubled. The spirit-nurturing flower's spirit liquid is a kind of catalyst. Adding it in the middle and late stage will increase the speed of the fusion of the previous spirit liquids, causing them to react faster. The third main ingredient, the soul-stabilizing vine, can be added to the spirit liquids to make a pill. After adding the soul-stabilizing vine's spirit liquid and the ice fruit spirit liquid, the process of condensing the pill will be completed in an instant. Now, try it according to my method." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng jumped up and disappeared from the courtyard. "Goodbye, Your Excellency. I will never forget your kindness." The middle-aged pharmacist cupped his fists. Then he rushed into his room and started concocting the soul-returning pill for the 5th time. Of course, giving pointers to the middle-aged pharmacist was just something Lin Feng did when he was bored. When he returned to his room, Lin Feng found that Shi Ningming had come to see him. It's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Asked Lin Feng. It was obvious that Shi Ningmeng had deliberately freshened up. That proud figure and the trace of charm on her beautiful face were truly alluring. In 3 days, the Stone God Festival will be held. We'll go together and worship the Stone God. The Stone God will bless us. Stone God Festival? What kind of festival is that? Lin Feng was surprised. The Tianwu continent naturally had some festivals, but this was the first time he had heard of it. Our stone city was built on a mountain. Back then, when the Tianwu continent was invaded by the Tianwu continent, Stone City was almost destroyed by a Tianwu continent. At that time, a stone god descended from the sky with a gigantic axe and fought with the Tianwu continent for 3 days and 3 nights. The stone god killed the Tianwu continent, so Stone City built a statue of the stone god and prayed to him. The stone god became the protector of Stone City. Every year, during the Stone God Festival, the stone god will appear and bless us with blessings. Some lucky people can even communicate with the stone gods, and learn incredible spells from him. Explained Shi Ningming. Is there such a mystical thing? Lin Feng was astonished. Of course. Every year, not only do the people of Stone City go to worship the stone god, but there are also strong cultivators from other cities and even other prefectures who come. Explained Shi Ningming. All right, I'll go with you. Lin Feng nodded. When he saw that Shi Ningming had no intention of leaving, Lin Feng wondered if Shi Ningming was interested in him. Was that why she had dressed up in the middle of the night? On the surface, she was talking about the Stone God Festival, but in reality, she just wanted to meet him. Why don't you chat with me for a while before you leave? Lin Feng glanced at Shi Ningming's voluptuous figure. He had to admit that this woman was a top-notch beauty. Shi Ningming blushed and said, "Since you're inviting me so sincerely, I'll stay with you for a while." When she finished talking, she blushed and walked towards Lin Feng's room with her long and slender legs. 3 days later, the Stone God Festival began. Stone City was bustling with activity because of the festival. Many people went to the Stone God Plaza to worship the Stone God. Lin Feng and Shi Ningming also went to the Stone God Plaza. Shi Ningming said, "Let's go to the Stone Tower. There are fewer people there, and only people from the top powers are qualified to go there. You can also worship on the top of the tower." Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the stone tower with Shi Ningming. When they arrived at the stone tower, they heard a surprised voice. "Ningming, you're back. When did you come back? Why didn't you send someone to inform me?" More than 10 young masters and young mistresses rushed over. The one who had spoken was a young master in green. These people were obviously from influential families in Stone City. The young master in green was very handsome, and he was most likely one of Shi Ningming's admirers. The young master saw that Shi Ningming and Lin Feng were very close, and they seemed to be very close. His expression suddenly sank, and he looked at Lin Feng with jealousy. However, he was very good at hiding his emotions. He restrained his jealousy and looked at Lin Feng with a fake smile. "Ningming, who is this brother? I don't think I've seen him before." "He's a friend of mine," Shi Ningming replied. "He's a friend of mine," Shi Ningming said indifferently. "A friend? Which family is this brother from?" The young master asked. "The Lin family." Lin Feng replied indifferently. "The Lin family? Have you heard of the Lin family?" The young master in green looked at the young masters and young mistresses around him. "There's no Lin family in the Eastern Province. As far as I know, there's no great family with the surname Lin in Sky Marshall University's 3,000 provinces. It should be a small family." The group of people discussed fervently, and they all sounded very disdainful. "Brother Lin, please don't misunderstand. We didn't mean to insult you. We're all straightforward people. If we said something unpleasant, please forgive us, the young master said apologetically. However, when he looked at Lin Feng, he had an arrogant expression on his face. He didn't look like he was apologizing at all. In the young master's opinion, a disciple from a small family didn't even have the right to talk to him. Obviously, after learning that Lin Feng was a disciple from a small family, he was furious. Chapter 804. This young man was called Lu Junyan. He was a direct descendant of the ancient Lu family. He was 26 years old and was at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was considered a top genius in the East Divine Prefecture. After all, the East Divine Prefecture was relatively poor compared to the other prefectures. The cultivators there were much weaker. Lin Feng didn't care how Lu Junyan or the geniuses of Stone City looked at him. In Lin Feng's eyes, these people were no different from passers-by. Let's go up. Shi Ningming smiled sweetly. Many young men in Stone City stared at her. They had never seen Shi Ningming treat a man so gently. Anyone could see that there was definitely an extraordinary relationship between the two of them. This made many people extremely jealous. Many young men had tried to woo the most beautiful woman in Stone City, but they were all rejected. Shi Ningming was so gentle to Lin Feng. How could they not be jealous? Lu Junyan's face was gloomy. During this time, the Lu family had been discussing the marriage proposal to the president of the Alchemist Guild. So Lu Junyan had already seen Shi Ningming as his woman. But at that moment, Lin Feng had appeared, which made him feel a sense of danger. Let's go up too, Lu Junyan said. Lu Junyan said with a gloomy face. He had a very high prestige among the younger generation in Stone City. These young masters and young ladies all followed his lead. The stone tower had 7 floors. There was an altar on the top floor, facing the stone god. Lin Feng and Shi Ningming went to the 7th floor. There was a sea of people in the square below. They were all worshipping the stone god. Many people were praying for the stone god's blessings. Lin Feng looked at the stone god and saw the 1,000-meter-tall stone statue. The stone statue was wearing armor and holding a huge stone axe. It was surrounded by a layer of divine light. Lin Feng was surprised. He vaguely felt that the stone statue seemed to have the power of life. Lin Feng, let's worship too, Shi Ningming said with a smile. Shi Ningming said with a smile. She had already prepared the offerings and took them out. Lin Feng nodded. He helped Shi Ningming arrange the offerings and lit the incense. It was rumored that incense could communicate with the gods. Therefore, burning incense was an essential part of the ritual. Lin Feng also wanted to try and see if it was true or not. Lin Feng also wanted to try and see if it was true. Wait, at this moment, a soft shout was heard. Lu Junyan strode over. Is something the matter? Lin Feng looked at Lu Junyan indifferently. According to the rules of Stone City, there are 4 types of people who can perform rituals here. The first type is the people from the 7 great powers of Stone City. The second type is the people from the Spirit Array Master Union. The third type is the people from the Alchemist Union. The 4th type is the people from the Alchemist Union. Brother Lin doesn't seem to belong to any of these 4 types of people, so he doesn't have the right to perform rituals here. Lu Junyan looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile. Shi Ningming's pretty face immediately turned ugly. She said coldly, Lin Gongzi is a member of the Alchemist Union, so he naturally has the right to perform rituals here. Lu Junyan's heart burned with jealousy when he saw that Shi Ningming was so biased towards Lin Feng. He sneered, since you're a member of the Alchemist Union, then show us your identity token. Yes, show it to prove your identity. If you can't prove your identity, then you're an imposter. You don't have the right to perform rituals here. The cultivators beside Lu Junyan started to make a fuss. Lu Junxian said with a fake smile, "I'm not making things difficult for Brother Lin, but we can't disobey the rules of Stone City." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Perhaps I'm more qualified than you to perform rituals here." Lu Junyan's face darkened. How dare a disciple of a small clan talk to him like that? Was he relying on Shi Ningmeng's support? He snatched the incense from Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Brother Lu, what are you doing? Didn't I say that you don't have the right to perform rituals here? Why aren't you leaving?" Lu Junyan's voice was cold. He threw the incense on the ground and extinguished it with his foot. "Now pick it up and light it for me." Lin Feng said indifferently, "What is this guy talking about? He's asking Lu Junyan to pick up the incense and light it? Could this brat be so angry that he lost his mind?" A disciple of a small clan actually dares to talk to Lu Junyan like that. He's simply courting death. Many disciples were pointing at Lin Feng and sneering. In their opinion, Lin Feng was courting death by saying those words to Lu Junyan. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Someone shouted that the president of the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters, Zhan Junhua, had arrived. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Zhan Junhua was probably the #1 person in Stone City. As the leader of the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters in the East Province, Zhan Junhua was naturally the target of many people. Soon, a group of people rushed over. Zhan Junhua was accompanied by the city lord, Shi Hao, to the 7th floor of the stone building. As for the leaders of the other 6 factions, for example, Lu Wuming, the leader of the Lu family in Stone City; Zhang Chen, the leader of the Zhang family in Stone City; Sun Ba, the leader of the Baowu sect in Stone City; Lu Xian, the leader of the Lu family in Stone City; Na Lanya, the leader of the Coiling Dragon sect in Stone City; He Daoyuan, the leader of the Qingqing sect in Stone City. These top factions had all arrived. In addition to these 7 leaders, many of the higher-ups of the 7 factions, including the Shi family, were also accompanying Zhan Junhua. "Why aren't you saluting Lord Zhan?" Shi Hao shouted in a deep voice. Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly bowed to Zhan Junhua. Zhan Junhua nodded in satisfaction. "Lin Feng, hurry up and salute him." When Shi Ningmeng saw that Lin Feng wasn't moving, she was extremely worried. Offending the president of the Spirit Array Caster Guild was equivalent to committing a calamity. However, Lin Feng didn't seem to hear Shi Ningmeng's words and still stood there without moving. Seeing this scene, Lu Junyan was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He was ecstatic. "Brat, I haven't even done anything to you yet, and you're already courting death. Let's see how the president of the Spirit Array Masters Guild will deal with you later." In Lu Junyan's opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure after offending the president of the Spirit Array Masters Guild. When the patriarchs and patriarchs of the 7 influential groups saw that Lin Feng was standing there motionlessly and not bowing to Zhan Junhua, they all looked glum. Zhan Junhua's expression was also very ugly. He glanced coldly at Lin Feng. He wanted to see who dared to be so rude in front of him. He would definitely teach him a lesson later. However, when Zhan Junhua saw Lin Feng's appearance, he was so scared that his entire body trembled. He rubbed his eyes as if he was afraid that he had seen wrongly. But when he looked again, he found that he hadn't seen wrongly. Zhan Junhua hurriedly ran over. Zhan Junhua, who was arrogant in front of the major families of Stone City, was a big shot. At this moment, he was actually nodding and bowing to Lin Feng at a 90-degree angle. He looked at Lin Feng with a flattering expression. "Lord, this little one pays his respects to you." Silence. there were hundreds of cultivators gathered on the 7th floor of the stone building. Chapter 805. What on earth happened? Everyone was stunned on the spot. Each person's expression was more interesting than the other. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, there were all kinds of expressions. Jean Junhua, he was the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County. He was also a figure from the Spirit Array Guild of the 72 states in the North. Jean Junhua definitely had a deep background. However, he was acting so humbly in front of a young man. Who was that young man? Shi Ningming looked at Lin Feng in a daze. It was as if a stormy sea had been set off in her heart. It was only at this moment that Shi Ningming realized that she knew nothing about Lin Feng. She thought that he was an ordinary person. She did not expect him to be so powerful. Now, even the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County, Jean Junhua, was respectful to him. Who was he? As for Lu Junyan, he was so scared that he sat on the ground, trembling all over. It was over. It was over. What kind of person had he offended? Lu Junyan was not the only one who was almost scared to death. Lu Junyan's followers were also so scared that they collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Lin Feng glanced at Jean Junhua and said indifferently, "Why did you come to the East County to be the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the Central Spirit Array Guild?" Jean Junhua said with a fawning expression, "The previous president's term was up, and he went back to report on his work. The position of the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County was vacant. Coincidentally, Lord Murong heard that I had some relationship with you. So Lord Murong appointed me as the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County. All of this is because of you, Lord Murong. Otherwise, how could I have such glory today?" When the big shots of the Stone City heard Jean Junhua's words, their bodies trembled. They had heard that Jean Junhua seemed to have some relationship with a grand elder of the Spirit Array Guild, which was why he was appointed as the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County. And Jean Junhua was saying all this for the sake of the young man not far away. That young man was the grand elder of the Central Spirit Array Guild. He looked to be in his early 20s. How could he be the grand elder of the Spirit Array Guild? But Jean Junhua was not mistaken. Oh my God! A grand elder of the Spirit Array Guild in his early 20s? What kind of terrifying figure was this? In the future, he might even become the leader of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Am I related to you? Lin Feng glanced at Jean Junhua. Jean Junhua was so scared that his entire body trembled and said, "Sir, this little one was wrong. This little one was drunk with an elder and unintentionally said that he had followed behind Sir in the ruins of God for a period of time. Who would have thought that this matter would be found out by Sir Murong? This little one was drunk and spoke indiscreetly. Please forgive this little one. Get up, I'm not blaming you. Since Senior Murong thinks you're my man, let him think so. Do your job well, and don't embarrass me." Lin Feng patted Jean Junhua's shoulder and said, Jean Junhua was ecstatic. Could it be that Milord's words meant that he admitted that he would be Milord's subordinate in the future? When he thought of this, Jean Junhua was even more excited than when he had found out that he was going to become the president of the East County's Spirit Array Guild. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at the pale Lu Junyan and said, "You said that I don't have the right to worship the stone god here. Now, let me ask you, do I have the right to worship the stone god here?" "What? You dare to say that Milord doesn't have the right to worship the stone god here? Who are you, brat? Are you courting death?" When Jean Junhua heard this, his anger rose, and he immediately looked coldly at Lu Junyan. Everyone turned to look at the patriarch of the Lu clan, Lu Xian. Lu Xian's expression changed. Lu Junyan was his son, and he had offended such a powerful figure? Was this a disaster for the Liu family? He hurriedly ran out and kicked Liu Junyin's body. He scolded angrily, "Are you blind? You even dared to offend a spirit array master? Hurry up and kowtow to my lord and apologize." "Yes, yes, yes. It's all my fault. I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me, my lord." Liu Junyin was so scared that his whole body trembled, and he kowtowed again and again. Liu Junyin's followers also kowtowed and apologized. These people were already scared out of their wits. When the higher-ups of the other factions who had been watching the show saw that some of their disciples had offended my lord, their expressions turned ugly. One by one, they walked out and apologized to Lin Feng. They didn't dare to be jealous of Lin Feng. It was obvious that Lin Feng was an important figure in the Spirit Array Guild. Although the Spirit Array Guild didn't participate in the fights between the various aristocratic families, it was still possible for my lord to be angry. He might even use some of the resources of the Spirit Array Guild and ask some of the peerless experts who were on good terms with the Spirit Array Guild to help him. The ancient factions weren't even worth mentioning in front of those peerless experts. Thus, how could these people dare to be jealous of Lin Feng? Lin Feng looked at the higher-ups of the ancient families and smiled. "For your sake, I won't bicker with these people. In the future, you will need to discipline them properly so that they don't cause trouble for your families." Lin Feng's words gave the higher-ups of the major factions some face, but he didn't lose his poise. It could be said that he had done everything perfectly. The higher-ups of the 7 major factions looked at Lin Feng with gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for forgiving me. Here's your incense." Liu Junyin thanked him profusely, then picked up the incense on the ground and lit it. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded, but he didn't take the incense. Zhang Junhua tactfully took the incense. Zhang Junhua looked at the higher-ups of the 7 major factions and said, "Our my lord is going to offer a sacrifice here. Can you all leave?" "Of course. We'll leave now and stand guard below. We won't let anyone disturb the my lord's sacrifice." The leaders of the 7 major factions hurriedly replied. Then, the people of the 7 major factions quickly walked down. Shi Ningming also wanted to leave. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Ningming, you stay here." When she heard that Lin Feng wanted her to stay, Shi Ningming happily nodded. "Look, what's going on? The people of the 7 major factions are coming down from the stone tower." "Huh? Even the higher-ups of the 7 major factions are coming down. What's going on?" "The people who came down earlier said that there's a higher-up of the Spirit Formation Guild up there. It's said that even President Zhang Junhua has to bow and scrape in front of that person." Zhang Junhua is the president of the Central Spirit Formation Guild in the East Province. He's a high-ranking official. How can he make Zhang Junhua bow and scrape? What kind of person is he? Many people were discussing this in astonishment. At that moment, they saw that the leaders of the 7 major factions were personally standing guard at the entrance of the stone tower, forbidding anyone from approaching. Heavens! Even the patriarchs or sect masters of the 7 great powers are personally guarding the door of the Spiritual Array Caster Guild. It seems that the identity of that person is definitely not a small matter. Could it be that he's a heaven-ranked Spiritual Array Caster? What? A heavenly-level Spirit Formation Master? There's only one heavenly-level Spirit Formation Master in the 72 northern prefectures, right? It's Murong Baichuan, but Murong Baichuan is in the East Sea Main Hall. It's impossible for him to come here. Could it be that he's a heavenly-level Spirit Formation Master from the Temple of Spirit Formation Masters? I'm not sure. It must be a great person that we can only look up to. I really want to see that great person's face. That's right. I also want to see how peerless a heavenly level spirit formation master is. Countless people looked at the stone tower. Everyone was discussing the great person in the Spirit Formation Guild who was offering sacrifices to the stone god. They were all guessing the identity of this great person. Chapter 806. In the immemorial era, sacrifices were the most popular. From large ancient empires to small tribes, they would all perform sacrifices. In the immemorial era, sacrifices were a kind of spiritual symbol. But apart from spiritual symbols, one could also receive blessings. Because the gods of the immemorial era roamed the world, when people offered sacrifices to the gods would absorb the power of the incense and take the initiative to send blessings to protect the area. But ever since the immemorial era ended, the gods had fallen due to the turmoil and war at the end of the immemorial era. There were no more gods of the immemorial era roaming the world. This caused countless people to offer sacrifices to the gods of the immemorial era, but no more miracles would appear. After a long time, no miracles would appear, so the practice of sacrifices gradually declined. As time passed, most of the immemorial era's sacrificial techniques disappeared in the river of time. Of course, the passage of time did not completely erase the practice of sacrifices. Even today, there were still some small-scale sacrifices, just like offering sacrifices to the stone god. On the altar, there were all kinds of offerings, incense burners, and furnaces. Zhang Junhua and Shi Meng stood on both sides. Lin Feng held the incense burner with both hands and knelt in the direction of the stone god. One had to be sincere when offering sacrifices to the gods. As the saying goes, if one is sincere, it will work. This was a saying passed down from the immemorial era. Lin Feng knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to the stone god. Suddenly, a ray of divine light descended from the sky. Blessings! Lin Feng was shocked. It was just as Shi Meng said. Offering sacrifices to the stone god would bring blessings. This made him feel shocked and moved. Lin Feng quickly closed his eyes. The power of blessings flowed into Lin Feng's body. This was a gentle power that flowed through Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng found that this power could cure illnesses. Some of the hidden injuries in his body were cured by this power. This made him shocked because the hidden injuries in his body were all left behind from the war. Even Lin Feng himself did not notice them. The accumulation of these hidden injuries would eventually cause irreversible damage to the body. But now, these hidden injuries were cured. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he sensed that his hidden injuries were gone, and his body had recovered to its original state. If ordinary people were seriously ill and their lives were in danger, they could come here to offer sacrifices and receive blessings, and they would immediately recover. Cultivators who received blessings would also recover. No wonder sacrifices were so popular in the ancient times. Besides, people in the ancient times couldn't compare to those in the ancient times. The benefits they received from offering sacrifices were unimaginable, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought to himself, this blessing's power could not stay in the body for too long. Lin Feng found that the blessing's power was quickly fading away. He frowned slightly. It seemed like the power of fortune was about to disappear. However, Lin Feng immediately felt relieved. Although Shi Meng said that there might be opportunities for some worshippers. However, it was obviously not easy to obtain these opportunities. After circulating in Lin Feng's body for a full cycle, the power of fortune had become very weak. In the end, the power entered Lin Feng's dantian. Then it could no longer support itself and was about to dissipate. Suddenly, the blessing's power seemed to have sensed something. Not only did it not dissipate, but it also emitted an even stronger power. In his dantian, the divine ability talisman also sensed something. The immemorial dragon-esque elephant, the thunder god, and the 5 emperors all appeared. Within the blessing's power, the image of a stone god holding a huge axe appeared. This is the connection of the gods. Lin Feng's heart trembled. Perhaps there was a trace of the stone gods within the blessing's power. Now that it sensed another god, it resonated. Death is not scary. What's scary is living alone. Suddenly, a low and sorrowful voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. Who was it? Was it talking to him, saying such words? This made him extremely shocked and moved. Could it be? Lin Feng had some guesses. He opened his eyes and looked at the huge stone god statue in the distance. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed that he had arrived in another space-time. He was standing on the street. This was still Stone City, but it was not the Stone City he remembered. On the street, there was an endless stream of people. Lin Feng saw the sun clock stone that recorded time. On it was written, Middle Ages, year 21601, summer solstice. Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. The Middle Ages. This was actually the Middle Ages. The Middle Ages had begun 50,000 years ago and ended 30,000 years ago. Based on this, the world his divine sense had arrived in was the stone city of the Middle Ages 38,000 years ago. Rumble. Suddenly, in the depths of the boundless sky, a monstrous demonic aura surged. Within the demonic aura, an ancient and evil figure appeared. Let's be destroyed together. It was a celestial demon. Its voice was cold, and it wanted to destroy Stone City. Ah, it's a celestial demon. It's a celestial demon. It's over. We're all going to die. Countless people cried out in fear. Celestial demon. It's a celestial demon invasion. Lin Feng was moved. According to historical records, in the later part of the Middle Ages, the celestial demons invaded and caused great suffering. And his divine sense had arrived at the time when the celestial demons invaded. Great stone god, please protect us. There were more than a dozen old people kneeling in front of a 4 to 5 meter tall statue praying. In the ancient times, the stone god protected this land. Countless ancient ancestors worshipped the stone god as a god. But after the ancient war, no blessings came from worshipping the stone god. Thus, countless people turned their backs on their beliefs. They no longer believed in the stone god. But in this world, there were always some people who still had faith. They never gave up. Generation after generation, the old passed on. They were silently worshipping the stone god. Even though their numbers were already very few, there were only a dozen or so old people left. Even the descendants of those old people no longer believed that the stone god was still alive. But those old people still insisted on their beliefs, because the former stone god had protected their ancestors. Great stone god, please wake up and take a look at the homeland you once protected. Now, it will be completely destroyed in the hands of the celestial demons. These old people roared sorrowfully. They were already sobbing. The defense of the stone city couldn't last for long. The defensive restriction was broken. Tens of millions of people would be devoured by the celestial demons. Countless people were in despair, and these old people were praying. They still had faith in their hearts. That was the power of faith. The power of faith could only be absorbed by gods. The power of their faith seemed to be transmitted to a certain space. A broken statue of a stone man was lying here. It had long since lost its vitality. The stone god was different from other gods. The stone god was made of stone. He was originally an ordinary stone, but after absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, he developed a trace of intelligence and turned into a mountain monster. Countless years later, he cultivated the Tao and turned into a mountain god. Finally, he transformed into one of the ancient gods, the stone god. In the ancient war, the stone god died. However, there was always a small number of people who still worshipped the stone god. Their faith would not change. After they died, they would pass on their faith to the next generation. After countless years, the power of faith continued to nourish the last remnant soul of the stone god. Perhaps without the power of faith, the remnant soul would have disappeared long ago. The stone city's restriction was broken. The celestial demon saw a dozen old people worshiping the stone god in a corner of the stone city. Because the celestial demon felt the power of faith, the celestial demon flew over and sneered, "The stone god has died long ago, and you are still worshiping the stone god. How laughable! Do you really think the stone god can protect you? Die." The celestial demon slapped the dozen old people. Grandfather, a delicate little girl, ran over from afar and looked at this scene in horror. Her grandfather was also an old man who worshipped the stone god. Although the little girl was only 4 or 5 years old, she often followed her grandfather to worship the stone god. In the little girl's eyes, the stone god definitely existed. In her innocent world, she believed everything that her grandfather said. "Almighty God, we can no longer pray to you. Great God, I hope that we can still be your most devout believers in the next life." The voices stopped abruptly. The dozen old people were slapped into meat paste. "Big Baddie, give Yao or his grandfather back to Yao." The little girl cried sadly. "Despicable little bastard, die together with him." The celestial demon sneered. He slapped the little girl again. Genesis split her. A roar shook the sky, and an axe light tore the world apart. Who is summoning the stone god? The voice seemed to come from the ancient era. It was low, deep, and filled with endless sorrow. The stone god had awakened. He held a huge axe, tore the void, and arrived in this world. The stone god, it's really the stone god. The stone god didn't die. The stone god didn't abandon us. The stone god has appeared. We must be saved. Countless people looked at the stone god and cried emotionally. Only the little girl was crying sadly. Her grandfather, who had worshipped the stone god all his life, had died tragically in front of her. Chapter 807. "Stone god, you're still alive." The sky fiend shouted in disbelief. Stone god was a god. Now that stone god had appeared, the sky fiend was terrified. But soon, the sky fiend appeared, and stone god's power could no longer be compared to the ancient times. Billions of years later, stone god woke up again. Naturally, his power was far from its peak. "Sky fiend, this is not a place for you." Stone god's voice was cold as he swung his axe at the sky fiend. "How laughable! The world is so big, where can't we go? Now that the gods have fallen, it's time for us to rule the worlds." The sky fiend's voice was cold. He was abnormally strong. Stone god had just woken up, and his godly power had dissipated. The sky fiend wasn't afraid of stone god. The two powerful existences fought. Countless eyes were fixed on the great battle in the sky. They were shocked, surprised, and in disbelief. Stone god actually existed. The battle caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Stone god had just woken up, and his body couldn't withstand a long battle. The sky fiend gradually gained the upper hand. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the sky fiend was. Sky fiends were active in the post-ancient times. Perhaps the ancient times were one of the most active eras. Many powerful sky fiends were as strong as gods. Of course, there were many types of gods. The gods of the ancient times were called the ancient gods. They enjoyed the power of incense and could absorb the power of faith of countless people. They were the most powerful gods. These gods were called the ancient gods. After the ancient times, the ancient gods fell. The new gods could no longer bless the people, and the number of people who believed in them decreased. the god's power declined severely. The gods of this era were called the Sky Fiend. Lin Feng had seen the Sky Fiend incubating the egg in the God-fallen cliff. That was the descendant of the Sky Fiend. As time passed, the god's power continued to weaken. In ancient times, the power of the gods had once again declined to a large extent. The gods of this era were called the true gods. In the ancient times, the true gods' power declined again. The void gods appeared. Void gods had part of the gods' power, but they were far from the true gods. The ancient human saints divided the first level into 4 levels: void god, god fire, true god, and undying. The second stage of the god realm was the god realm. Further up was the giant god. However, after the ancient era, it was very rare for a heavenly deity to appear. As for the giant gods, it was even more difficult for them to appear. It should be known that in the primordial era, some of the most powerful giant gods could even contend with the great emperors. In the primordial age, the stone god was in existence at the level of the primordial giant god. But now his strength was greatly weakened. 30,000 years ago, this heavenly demon was also in the immortal realm. That was because only those at the deity realm could travel to the outer realms and travel from the depths of the starry sky to the Tianwu continent. However, no one knew which level of cultivation the heavenly demon was at. Stone god, I will kill you and devour your origin energy. The heavenly demon laughed proudly. The battle prowess he displayed was getting stronger and stronger. On the other hand, the stone god was being suppressed more and more. Is stone god going to lose? Countless people looked at the battle in the sky in horror. If the stone deity was defeated, they would die without a doubt. My axe once split the sky and the earth, said Lin Feng. Stone deity roared. He stepped forward, his body burning. He gathered all his strength and swung his axe at the heavenly demon. As a former primordial giant god, the stone god naturally had his own peerless techniques. In truth, every giant god of the primordial era had their own Tao. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the giant god realm. And the stone god's Tao, it was combined with the axe. In ancient times, Pangu split the sky and the earth. Today, the stone god's axe could shatter the sky. The stone god roared. He swung his axe down. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be only one giant axe. 100,000-meter-long axe light. It traversed the void. This was the stone god's ultimate technique. Once it was used, it possessed unfathomable power. No matter what era it was, no primordial giant god could be underestimated, even if this primordial giant god was now extremely weak. But he couldn't be underestimated. This was because the primordial giant gods had the most powerful divine ability, which was enough to deal a fatal blow to anyone. But now, the stone god used the axe to shatter the sky. He attacked. The heavenly demon was shocked to find that he couldn't move. No, the heavenly demon screamed in fear. Only now did he know. How terrifying was the primordial giant god. Even if the primordial giant god's divine power dissipated, it was still not an existence that the gods of their era could contend with. Puff! The axe tore the heavenly demon apart. The stone god returned to his original space. Crack, crack! His body disintegrated. I'm going to die. The stone god muttered. He had relied on the power of faith to survive until now. And now, even the last dozen or so old men who believed in him had died. The stone god could no longer hold on. He felt his remnant soul shattering. Stone god, please protect our stone city. Stone god, please let my family be free from illness and disaster. Stone god, please bless me to become a powerful cultivator. As the stone god was dying, waves of telekinesis surged. This was the power of faith. It merged with the stone god's remnant soul. A statue was built for the stone city. Beside the stone god, there were statues of 13 old men. It was them. They had inherited the will of their ancestors and believed in the stone god. They were at the end of their lives. They had awakened the sleeping stone god. The entire stone city was grateful to the 13 old men. Their faith. They had saved tens of millions of people in the stone city. And now, the people of the stone city had once again regained the faith that they had long abandoned. It was their faith. It stabilized the stone god's remnant soul that was about to collapse. The stone god survived. He was absorbing the power of faith. Just like the ancient era. Every year, he would celebrate the stone god festival, blessing the people. All the images disappeared. Lin Feng's divine will return to reality from the illusory world. He saw what had happened in the Middle Ages. The power of faith, the stone god's recovery, the fall of the heavenly demon. And now, in his mind, there was an axe light left. It was the axe light left behind by the axe that had shattered the sky. The stone gods were merged into it. Lin Feng was moved. He carefully comprehended the axe light. The axe shattered the sky. This was the stone god's supreme technique. Another ancient god's inheritance. Lin Feng opened his eyes, a happy expression on his face. This time, he had sacrificed to the stone god. He had obtained great benefits. Let's go. Lin Feng said. Yes, sir. Zhang Junhua replied. The three of them walked down. Outside, there was a sea of people. Everyone was waiting for the appearance of the heaven-ranked Spirit Array Master from the Spirit Array Master Guild. Look, he's coming out, someone shouted. Countless gazes looked over. The leaders of the 7 major forces, and many of the higher-ups personally opened the way. A young master walked out. How is this possible? Voices of disbelief rang out one after another. A heaven-rank Spirit Array Master from the Spirit Array Master Guild. He was a young master in his 20s. This was too shocking. Countless people were moved by this. They couldn't even believe all of this. How many Spirit Array Masters couldn't become Earth-ranked Spirit Array Masters in their entire lives? And he had already become a heaven-rank Spirit Array Master in his 20s. This was indeed unbelievable. Who is he? Countless people were puzzled and guessed Lin Feng's identity. Chapter 808. He's too young and too handsome, isn't he? Many female cultivators were shrieking. Lin Feng fulfilled all their fantasies of a perfect partner. He was young, handsome, and a heaven-ranked formation master. This was simply every woman's dream home. Many young ladies from large clans wished they could become Lin Feng's women. Isn't that Shi Ningmeng? Why is she following that young master? What's so great about Shi Ningmeng? How could she be qualified to be with that prince? When many young women saw Shi Ningmeng with Lin Feng, they all looked envious and jealous. Lin Feng's identity as a formation master had been exposed, so he couldn't go to the Alchemist Guild. Instead, he went to the Formation Master Guild. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Junhua and said, I have a mission for you. Please instruct me, sir. I'll go through water and tread on fire without hesitation, said Zhang Junhua immediately. It was finally time to show his sincerity, said Lin Feng. In the near future, I will attack Ao Tian Ancient City and destroy Dugu Ao Tian and the Dugu clan. Help me organize all the people in Stone City. If they support me, I'll give them some benefits. What? You want to destroy Proud Sky, Ancient Capital's Dugu clan? Zhang Junhua's expression changed. What? Why can't I? Lin Feng frowned. Said Zhang Junhua. I've heard that the Dugu clan can communicate with the gods and obtain their strength. They can even make the gods send their dharma bodies. Very few people dare to offend them, because offending the Dugu clan is equivalent to offending the gods behind them. Communicate with gods. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Was the Lin clan's calamity related to Dugu Outyen's god? What kind of god was that? A true god? A god? Or a giant god? But no matter what kind of god it was, Dugu Outyen had to die. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Junhua and said, "Do you think I'm someone who would throw my life away so easily?" "I wouldn't dare think that," Zhang Junhua said hurriedly. "Even if the real body of a god were to descend, I would still be able to deal with it," Lin Feng said. His words were sonorous and forceful. Lin Feng's confidence came from the demon lord. Who was the demon lord? Primordial giant god. Even though his godly power had dissipated, his strength was far from the primordial age. However, now that the demon lord had obtained the heavenly demonic stone, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. And the demon lord owed Lin Feng a favor. The demon lord would make a move for Lin Feng. This was Lin Feng's greatest trump card. Hearing Lin Feng's sonorous and forceful words, Zhang Junhua's expression could not help shaking. He knew that Lin Feng definitely had countless tricks up his sleeve, but he never thought that Lin Feng would have a way to deal with a god. Zhang Junhua did not doubt Lin Feng's words at all. He said, "This subordinate will definitely do his best to win over the various parties in Stone City and, at the same time, recruit troops for you." "Very good. Serve me well, and I will not treat you unfairly in the future," Lin Feng said. Night. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He was comprehending the stone god's unique skill, heaven-shattering axe. Axe. Overbearing and violent. As for the heaven-shattering axe, this peerless technique was just like the characteristic of the axe itself. It was filled with a domineering and violent aura. This attack, once successfully cultivated, its power would be extremely strong. It could shake gods and demons. Lin Feng was immersed in comprehending this unique skill. 3 days later, Lin Feng planned to leave Stone City. After bidding farewell to Shi Ningming, Lin Feng left. Ha ha ha! I finally succeeded in refining it. At the same time, in the Alchemist Guild, the middle-aged alchemist who had been taught by Lin Feng laughed. He held a purple pill in his hand. It was the soul-returning pill. Many alchemists rushed over and congratulated the middle-aged alchemist. Congratulations to the president for successfully refining the soul-returning pill. Now that the soul-returning pill has been successfully refined, you are not far from breaking through to become a high-level Earth-stage alchemist. These alchemists congratulated him in unison. This middle-aged alchemist was the president of the East County's Divine Continent Alchemist Guild, Shi Yen. He smiled and said, "This time, I am indebted to a master's guidance that allowed me to make a breakthrough in my alchemy skills. Moreover, that master's guidance allowed me to have a new understanding of alchemy skills. It even subverted my traditional understanding. My horizons have broadened." The surrounding alchemists were shocked. The president had received guidance from an expert to be able to guide the president. Wasn't that a heaven-stage alchemist? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. A heaven-stage alchemist had actually come to Stone City. Could it be that he was a friend of that heaven-stage spirit array master? Did they come together? President, is the person who guided you a heaven-stage alchemist? Vice President Zhang Chengtao asked. Thinking about that master, Shi Yen immediately showed a respectful expression and said, "That's right, he is a heaven-stage alchemist. Apart from heaven-stage alchemists, no one else can be so proficient in alchemy." President, a few days ago, a heaven-stage alchemist came to Stone City and caused a huge commotion. Vice President Zhang Chengtao continued, "What? A heaven-stage alchemist?" Shi Yen was also startled. He naturally knew what a heaven-stage alchemist meant. Then Shi Yen muttered to himself, "A heaven-stage alchemist? A heaven-stage alchemist. Could it be that they had come together? They had traveled the world together. So they had come here? At this time, Zhang Qingtao said, that heaven stage alchemist knew Ning Meng and even stayed at our alchemist guild for a few days. Ah, he knows Ning Meng? How could Ning Meng know a heaven stage alchemist? Why didn't I know? Shi was shocked. Sure, Ning Meng was his daughter. Although Shi Yan was known as an alchemy madman, Shi Ning Meng felt that Shi Yan's love for her was not as great as his passion for alchemy. Actually, Shi Ning Meng was wrong. Shi Yan's love for Shi Ning Meng was no less than the love other fathers had for their children. However, a father's love for his children was usually a kind of silent love. They were not as expressive as their mother. But a father's love, it was no less than a mother's love. Moreover, Shi Ning Meng's mother had died early, and Shi Yan had brought her up. Therefore, Shi Yan had given Shi Ning Meng much more love than other parents. He just didn't know how to express it. Shi Yan was very clear about Shi Ning Meng's matters. How could Shi Ning Meng get to know a heaven stage alchemist? This was also what Shi Yan was puzzled about. Suddenly, Shi Yan was stunned. He thought of a possibility. Shi Yan asked anxiously, "What does that heaven stage alchemist look like?" "He looks very young, about 20 years old. He is very handsome and looks very amiable," Zhang Qingtao said. Shi Yan's heart was like a monstrous wave. It was him. It must be the heaven stage alchemist who had guided him in alchemy. Could it be? Not just a heaven stage alchemist, or a heaven stage alchemist. In his early 20s, his strength was unfathomable, and he was also a heaven stage alchemist and a heaven stage alchemist. In this world, how could there be such a monstrous person? Could it be that a god had descended to the mortal world? The shock in Shi Yan's heart was indescribable with words. He quickly headed towards Shi Ning Meng's residence. Chapter 809. Rain Country was a very beautiful country. Here it was drizzling all year round, which was how Rain Country got its name. Lin Feng headed to Gentleman City, passing by Rain Country. The vegetation here was very special. Most of them were tall trees like those found in tropical rainforests. When he was about 50 kilometers away from Rain Country's capital city, a man holding a halberd flew over from afar. Blood was flowing out of his chest. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. This was a very valiant man with a powerful aura. Even though he was injured, one could still feel the surging power in his body. He looked at Lin Feng cautiously, then quickly left. He's very strong, but his injuries seem to be quite serious. Who is he? Lin Feng murmured. He did not stop. Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived at Rain Country. In Rain Country, it was drizzling. From time to time, one could see some beautiful women with ink umbrellas passing by on the streets. Drizzle, beautiful women, ancient streets, stone bridges, flowing water. It was like a poem or a painting. This was Rain Country. It was as beautiful as a painting. Rain Country was the closest to Heaven Saint City of the 10 great ancient capitals. Lin Feng planned to rest in Rain Country for a few days before heading to Heaven Saint City. There was a teleportation formation in Heaven Saint City that could lead to Gentleman City directly. The divine prefecture of the Eastern County could not be compared to some of the bigger states, so teleportation formations were relatively rare. Even among the 10 great ancient capitals, only a few of them had long-distance teleportation formations. It was even more impossible for a country like Rain Country to have a teleportation formation. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura came from afar and enveloped Rain Country. A man holding a golden sword walked over. He was dressed in golden robes, and his black hair danced wildly in the wind. He looked like a god of death. Li Yuqiong, come out. I know you're hiding in Rain Country, the man in golden robes said coldly. Immediately after, more than 10 experts flew over from afar and followed closely behind the man in golden robes. Among them, an old man was the strongest. He was unfathomable. Is that Duguxian? In Rain Country, some cultivators seemed to recognize the newcomer. That's right, it's Duguxian, Dugu Outyen's only son. I heard that when he was 6 years old, Dugu Outyen sent him to a mysterious ancient power to be nurtured. He only returned to the Eastern Divine Prefecture a year ago and got engaged to Ning Hanshuang. Another cultivator said. This caused a huge commotion. The person who came was actually Dugu Outyen's son. He's chasing Li Yuqiong? Could it be Sun Moon City's Li Yuqiong? Someone said. I heard that a world-shaking battle took place in the magnetic fog lake half a month ago. Could it be the battle between Duguxian and Li Yuqiong? Someone said. Maybe that's true. Li Yuqiong has been famous for a long time. She's one of the top 10 geniuses in the Divine Prefecture of the East Province, but Duguxian is still chasing her. Duguxian really lives up to his reputation. Look at the people around Duguxian. It's said that the mysterious organization that Duguxian joined sent them to protect him. Duguxian's talent is terrifying. Even in that mysterious organization, he's focused on training. They can't let anything happen to him. A cultivator said, Li Yuqiong, you disappoint me. Do you not even have the courage to come out and fight? Duguxian shouted coldly. I'll tie one of my arms and fight you. I can still kill you. Duguxian continued shouting. Many people were shocked. Duguxian was too arrogant. However, he was really strong. He was domineering and arrogant. Who could compete with him? Dugu Outyen's son? Lin Feng looked indifferent, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. At that moment, the old man standing next to Dugu Xian seemed to have sensed something. He glanced at where Lin Feng had been standing, but Lin Feng had already left. The old man couldn't help but laugh coldly. What a terrifying old man. In a small alley a dozen meters away, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had only revealed a trace of his killing intent, but the old man had sensed it. The old man's strength was unfathomable. Li Yuqiong, you can't escape. You're doomed to die here. Let's see how long you can hide. Duguxian was extremely arrogant. His voice was cold. He quickly flew through the air, looking for Li Yuqiong. It won't be easy to kill this person. I'll have to find another opportunity. Lin Feng frowned and left. He rented a courtyard in a high-end inn. It was very quiet. At night, Lin Feng woke up from his cultivation. At that moment, he sensed that someone had sneaked into the courtyard. Who is it? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Brother, I'm borrowing your precious place to rest for the night. A voice came from outside. So it's you. Lin Feng walked out and saw a young cultivator sitting cross-legged in the courtyard. He stabbed his halberd into the ground and looked at Lin Feng. Aren't you afraid that I'll report you to Duguxian? Lin Feng looked indifferently at the man. That person should be Li Yuqiong, who was being chased by Duguxian. You want to kill him? Li Yuqiong said. It seems that you weren't far from me during the day. You actually knew that I wanted to kill him. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Li Yuqiong wasn't simple. She had managed to hide her presence from everyone. Perhaps we can work together. Killing intent flashed in Li Yuqiong's eyes. That old man beside him is troublesome. Lin Feng frowned slightly. That old man's cultivation is unfathomable. He should be a creation realm expert. I'll lure that old man away, then I'll hurry back and work with you To kill this person. Killing intent flashed in Li Yuqiong's eyes. Lin Feng didn't ask why Li Yuqiong had a grudge with Dugu Xian. He didn't care about that. Lin Feng only wanted to kill Dugu Xian. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Dugu Xian hadn't left because he felt that Li Yuqiong was still hiding in Rain City. He was waiting for Li Yuqiong to appear. 3 days later, Li Yuqiong appeared in the distance with an indifferent expression. She looked at Dugu Xian from afar, and then left. A piece of trash who only knows how to run dares to call himself a genius? What a joke. Dugu Xian's expression was gloomy. He had been chasing her for a long time, but he still couldn't catch up. He knew how terrifying Li Yuqiong's concealment techniques were. Elder Su, help me stop her. I'll hurry over and tear her to pieces. Dugu Xian looked at the old man beside him. The old man frowned slightly. He was in charge of protecting Dugu Xian, so he couldn't leave his side. Elder Su, do you think there's someone in this mundane country who can threaten me? Dugu Xian asked. Elder Su nodded and sped up, chasing after Li Yuqiong. Dugu Xian and the others followed closely behind. In the distance, a young man walked over. He blocked Dugu Xian's path. Look, there's another person blocking Dugu Xian. That's not Li Yuqiong. Could it be that he wants to fight Dugu Xian? Dugu Xian might be arrogant, but he's too strong. Even Li Yuqiong is being chased. Isn't that kid seeking death by blocking Dugu Xian? Many cultivators in Rain City were discussing this matter. Who are you? Dugu Xian sneered. The person who's going to kill you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Ha ha ha. Dugu Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. What a joke. Any random person dares to jump out. Today I'll kill you until you tremble in fear and beg for mercy. Chapter 8:10. Dugu Xian's arrogance came from his bones. He was arrogant because he was strong enough. Dugu Xian had absolute confidence in his own strength. He stepped forward and walked towards Lin Feng. His expression was cold as he slammed his palm down across the void. Buzz. Energy fluctuations swept out. Suddenly, a huge energy handprint condensed in the void. The energy handprint fell from the sky and violently blasted towards Lin Feng. As expected of Dugu Xian, he can create such a terrifying attack with just a casual move. It's hard to imagine how strong he is. He has been cultivating in that mysterious and ancient force since he was young. It's said that he has experienced countless life and death situations. Naturally, his combat strength is strong. Apart from Genie Chen, it's hard to find a young cultivator who can contend with him in the divine prefecture of the Eastern County. That kid won't be killed by Dugu Xian in one move, right? It's really possible. Many people were discussing. Obviously, they didn't think that Lin Feng could withstand Dugu Xian's attack. Dugu Xian's guards were also scattered around. They looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They knew how terrifying Dugu Xian was. In the eyes of these guards, the so-called geniuses of the divine prefecture of the Eastern County were as weak as ants in front of Dugu Xian. Naturally, Lin Feng was also classified as an ant by them. Facing Dugu Xian's attack, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his right fist and punched out. Bang! The energy handprint condensed by Dugu Xian was instantly shattered. This made many people look surprised. Originally, many people thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand even one move. Now, he had broken Dugu Xian's first attack. But then, everyone felt relieved. Since Lin Feng dared to block Dugu Xian, it seemed that he was quite strong. Dugu Xian's attack just now was the simplest kind of attack. He used the power of the world to condense a giant energy handprint. It couldn't even be considered a magic attack. Therefore, it was reasonable that Lin Feng could withstand Dugu Xian's attack. But what if Dugu Xian used a powerful magic attack? At that time, would he still be able to resist? Many people didn't think that Lin Feng could withstand it. At that time, perhaps they would show signs of defeat. Dugu Xian stepped forward and looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. You were able to break my energy palm, so you're barely qualified to make me attack you. This person was really arrogant enough, and his words completely revealed his contempt and disdain towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and said, You're too arrogant. I can easily deal with someone like you with one hand. Dugu Xian continued to sneer as he walked over, looking down at Lin Feng with a haughty attitude. Blade Storm. Dugu Xian waved his right hand, and in an instant, a violent wind swept through the world. Immediately after, endless sword chi condensed and formed. The sword chi actually formed a huge tornado. The densely packed sword chi was simply innumerable. It was like the end of the world. The blade storm swept towards Lin Feng. Hurry up and retreat. Many people cried out in fear because they realized that their bodies were being swept towards the blade storm. The storm formed by billions of sword chi was too terrifying. Once he was sucked into it, he would definitely be torn to pieces. Dugu Xian stood in the center of the blade storm, controlling the blade storm to engulf Lin Feng. Too terrifying. This Dugu Xian is too terrifying. Is this his sacred art? He started to get serious. How could he resist this kind of sacred art? I'm afraid that Brad is finished. In the distance, a cultivator shouted with a pale face as he watched the blade storm sweeping towards Lin Feng. The power of the blade storm caused their souls to tremble. Brat, die. Standing in the middle of the blade storm, Dugu Xian's expression was indifferent as he looked at Lin Feng with disdain. The huge blade storm swept through the world, devouring Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, You want to injure me with a trifling sword storm? Today, I'll let you know what the way of the sword is. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng used the 10,000 swords converging together. No matter how much sword chi the blade storm condensed, it was useless. My 10,000 swords converging together devoured all of them. Once the 10,000 swords converging together was used, all of the sword chi was devoured by Lin Feng. How is this possible? Dugu Xian's face was filled with disbelief. His blade storm was extremely powerful, even though someone had managed to break through it before. Even then, he had gone through a bitter battle. But what about Lin Feng? He had actually devoured all of the blade storm's sword chi. Young master, be careful. One of the guards shouted loudly. At that moment, Dugu Xian came back to his senses and looked up. Lin Feng was standing on top of him and was about to stomp on him. A huge foot appeared in the air, covering an area of more than 10 acres. Get down. Lin Feng sneered. He stomped down, and the huge foot that had condensed in the air also stomped down. You dare humiliate me? Dugu Xian roared, as if he was about to go mad. He was a genius of his generation, a high and mighty figure. If he were to be stomped under someone's foot, it would be a great humiliation. He would definitely become a laughingstock in the future. Break! Dugu Xian roared and waved his right fist, punching towards the huge foot that was about to step down. But Lin Feng's attack was too powerful, and Dugu Xian had made a hasty move. So, the result was already decided. The foot stomped down on Dugu Xian's body, pushing him to the ground. With a rumble, the ground caved in. Dugu Xian was buried in the huge pit. How could this be? Everyone looked at the young cultivator standing in the air in disbelief. This was different from what everyone had expected. Everyone had thought that Lin Feng would be crushed by Dugu Xian. But now, Dugu Xian had been stomped into the ground. I want your life. A roar resounded through the sky. Du Guxian rushed out, his hair disheveled and his body covered in mud. He was in a sorry state. He was about to go crazy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Sovereign descent! Du Guxian roared. He had unleashed an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. Sovereign descent! Rumor had it that this was a supreme divine ability created by a god. After the sovereign descends the heavens was used, a terrifying pressure spread out. It was as if a god was about to descend to the world. Thump! Thump! Countless spectators couldn't bear the terrifying pressure, and they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Du Guxian. It's a god's inheritance. It's too terrifying. Du Guxian actually has a supreme divine ability created by a god. That kid is in danger. Many people shouted in shock. Du Guxian's divine ability was too powerful, and it made them feel suffocated. Kid, it's time to end this. Du Guxian rushed over, a ferocious smile on his face, and he threw a punch at Lin Feng. There are still gods and great emperors above gods. A mere god dares to say that he can descend to the heavens. What a joke! Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He rushed forward and used the great heaven-covering hand. The great heaven-covering hand slapped at Du Guxian. Bang! Everyone saw Du Guxian being sent flying by the palm, and his body moved a few thousand meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Heavens! What did I just see? At this moment, countless spectators were almost scared to death. Du Guxian had used a heavenly god absolute art, but he was still sent flying by a single palm strike from that young cultivator. Chapter 8:11. The entire world was shocked and moved. A figure like Du Guxian was actually crushed. This was simply unacceptable and unbelievable. But all of this was true. That young cultivator was too powerful. With a raise of his hand, he could overturn heaven and earth. With a flip of his hand, the sun and moon rotated. They had heard of such figures before. They were all peerless geniuses that only appeared once in 10,000 years. And that young cultivator was such a figure, right? Such a figure's combat strength could not be measured by age and cultivation base. Such figures could often cross large realms and kill powerful enemies at low realms. Not to mention, Lin Feng's cultivation base was not weak either. Roar! Du Guxian let out a roar that sounded like a wild beast. He could not accept all of this. A genius of a generation. Ever since he returned to the divine land of the Eastern County, he had looked down on any young experts of the Eastern County. Li Yuqiong was known as one of the top 10 geniuses of the Eastern County. But wasn't she still hunted down by him? Therefore, the more arrogant Du Guxian was, the more he did not take the young cultivators of the Eastern County seriously. As for Lin Feng's cultivation base, in Du Guxian's opinion, was not even as good as Li Yuqiong's. Wouldn't crushing Lin Feng be as easy as crushing an ant? But the result was very different from what he had imagined. This is your strength. You're so weak that it's pitiful. Someone like you dares to say that you can make me tremble in fear? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward and sneered. Young master, this child is ferocious. We'll stop him. Hurry up and leave. Find Elder Su and let him kill him. The dozen or so guards shouted loudly. They quickly rushed forward, wanting to stop Lin Feng. Du Guxian's expression was extremely gloomy. When had he ever escaped? But now, he was completely crushed after 2 consecutive attacks. He was already trembling in fear after being killed by Lin Feng. He did not dare to stay any longer. He turned around and flew into the distance. Du Guxian escaped. Many people were stunned and even in disbelief. Not long ago, Du Guxian looked at Lin Feng with contempt and disdain. How long had it been? He actually gave up his dignity and turned around to escape. What a great irony. Can you escape? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he quickly chased after him. Brat, we're your opponents. More than 10 cultivators rushed over, their faces filled with killing intent. They were all experts. They were the guards sent by the ancient faction that Dugu Xian had joined. They were here to protect Dugu Xian. The strongest among them was at the 7th level of the Yin Yang realm and had condensed a gold core. The weakest among them was at the 4th level of the Yin Yang realm. This made Lin Feng very confused. Dugu Xian was actually able to make that ancient power pay so much attention to him. What was the reason? It seemed that Dugu Xian was hiding some unknown secrets. Clearly, Dugu Xian's secret was something that even that ancient power wanted to protect. Dugu Xian's bodyguards have taken action. Every one of them is an expert. It seems that young cultivator won't be able to kill Dugu Xian. Many people were discussing this matter, but at that moment, Lin Feng unleashed his sky-splitting behead. With him as the center, a huge saber light swept out in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of flesh tearing could be heard. Dugu Xian's bodyguards were killed one after another. These ordinary Yin Yang realm cultivators couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Feng. One move. After killing more than 10 cultivators, Lin Feng sped up. He used his golden wings and raised his speed to the limit. Before Dugu Xian could leave Rain City, he had already intercepted him. He's too strong. Countless people were shocked. Those were more than a dozen Yin Yang realm experts, yet they were all killed in a single strike. And now, Dugu Xian had been intercepted again. Who are you? Dugu Xian's expression was extremely gloomy. He was arrogant and domineering, so he had offended many people. However, he didn't have any impression of Lin Feng. This was what made the onlookers curious. Who was Lin Feng? How could he be so strong? I'm the one who will kill you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked towards Dugu Xian. What's the reason? Dugu Xian asked gloomily. I don't need a reason to kill the members of the Dugu clan. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Dugu Xian looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, Are you an enemy of the Dugu clan? Evil is doomed to destruction. The Dugu clan will eventually be wiped out. You'll be the first direct descendant of the Dugu clan to be wiped out. Lin Feng rushed forwards and threw a punch at Dugu Xian. An enemy of the Dugu clan? Many people glanced at each other. They hadn't thought that things would turn out this way. The Dugu clan was the most powerful clan in Godly Prefecture. They controlled Ao Tian ancient capital and a large amount of territory. The Dugu clan's strong cultivators didn't need to be mentioned, but the Dugu clan wasn't the most terrifying thing. It was the power behind them. It was said that the Dugu clan could communicate with gods. They could obtain the strength of gods. This was an ability that even ancient powers had to be wary of. You want to go against the Dugu clan? You're courting death. Dugu Xian's expression was gloomy. He took out his golden godly sword and held it in his hand. Heaven-severing cross sword technique. He continuously attacked with his sword. The two sword lights intertwined and turned into a cross-shaped sword chi, which moved straight towards Lin Feng. Worldly cosmos sword technique, shouted Lin Feng. His right hand was like a sword. Sword chi swept out. 1,000-meter-long sword light condensed and swept forward. Boom! Dugu Xian's attack was destroyed. The sword chi tore through Dugu Xian's body, and he was blown away. Lin Feng frowned. Dugu Xian wasn't as strong as he had thought. He was different from the Dugu Xian he had seen a few days ago. That's a clone, not your real body, said Lin Feng coldly. Dugu Xian looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, You finally saw it. Indeed, that's a clone of mine. My real body left 3 days ago because of some matters. Are you proud that you were able to defeat my clone? That clone doesn't even have 1% of my real body's fighting prowess. Dugu Xian's words moved many people. That was actually an external incarnation. Was that avatar weak? Of course not. In fact, it was extremely strong. Lin Feng was able to suppress Dugu Xian's clone because Lin Feng was also very strong. But if that clone couldn't even use 1% of Dugu Xian's fighting prowess, then how strong was Dugu Xian's real body? There was no way to know. Then I'll kill your clone first, then I'll find your real body and kill it, said Yi Fuqian, smiling coldly. Lin Feng was extremely strong. He rushed forward and used his newly learned archaic technique. Axe crushes the dome of heaven. A huge axe condensed in the air. Boy, you dare to kill my clone. When my real body appears, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes, shouted Dugu Xian furiously. He had spent a lot of effort to create that clone. If it was killed, Dugu Xian's real body would be heartbroken. So what if I kill it? Your real body will wash its neck and wait for me to kill it. As soon as he finished speaking, the axe chopped down. It was like the beginning of the world. Chapter 8:12. Outside Heaven Saint City, mountains surrounded it. An ancient primitive forest covered this vast piece of land. This forest was called the Misty Ancient Forest. This was because the forest was shrouded in thick fog. Especially in the depths of the forest, there would often be thick fog. Once swallowed by the fog, one would end up dead. Thus, the Misty Ancient Forest was filled with danger. Thus, even if there were cultivators active in the Misty Ancient Forest, they would mostly stay in the outer regions. Very few people dared to go deep into the forest. Lin Feng would pass through the Misty Ancient Forest on his way to Gentleman City, from Rain Country. In a forest in the outer regions of the Misty Ancient Forest, a tall and beautiful woman dressed in white was controlling a black snake flying sword and attacking an armored lizard dragon fiercely. The armored lizard dragon was an extremely ferocious beast. It was 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, with thick hind limbs and short forelimbs. It had a huge head and sharp teeth. The armored lizard dragon was a branch of the dragon race called Earth Dragon. The dragon race was divided into many types: true dragon, divine dragon, golden dragon, winged dragon, and so on. These dragons were the stronger dragons among the dragon race, and they had all kinds of powerful techniques. There was also a type of dragon that couldn't fly. They didn't know how to summon clouds or summon rain. They didn't even know how to use the dragon race's mystical abilities. This type of dragon was the Earth Dragon. There were many types of Earth Dragons. For example, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was the most powerful type of Earth Dragon. This woman in white attacked the armored lizard dragon fiercely because she found a piece of blue ore here. The blue ore could be purified into blue iron essence. When the blue iron essence was infused into a treasure, it could greatly increase the treasure's power. What the woman in white didn't expect was that there was an armored lizard dragon here. The armored lizard dragon was ferocious by nature. When it saw a human entering its territory, it attacked fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. The black snake flying sword slashed the armored lizard dragon's body, creating a series of clanging sounds. However, the armored lizard dragon's defense was too shocking. It couldn't break through the armored lizard dragon's defense at all. The armored lizard dragon charged. The woman in white's expression changed slightly. She quickly flew into the air. The armored lizard dragon opened its mouth, and energy balls of light were thrown at the woman in white. The white-clothed woman dodged the armored back lizard dragon's attack with some difficulty. Although the iron-armored lizard dragon was the weakest of the dragons, the Earth Dragon clan, the iron-armored lizard dragon was a member of the Earth Dragon clan. But an Earth dragon was still a dragon. Earth dragons were weak in comparison to other powerful dragons. But compared to other races, the Earth dragon was still a gigantic existence. Damn it, this armored lizard dragon is invulnerable. The woman in white stomped her foot in anger. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out from afar. Over 10 ironback salamanders charged over. Next, the ironback salamanders spat out balls of energy towards the woman. The woman in white couldn't dodge in time and was hit by a ball of energy. Her body fell into the forest. More than a dozen armored lizards charged towards the white-clothed woman. The lady in white wanted to get up and run away, but the armored-back salamander's attack was too powerful. It scattered her mana and made her unable to gather her strength. No. Morong Shue was born beautiful. I don't want to die here. Morong Shue screamed in fear. This white-clothed woman was actually Morong Shue, whom Lin Feng had met when he went out for training. The charming young girl from before had now become a peerless beauty full of charm. Bang! A figure landed on the ground and sent the armored salamanders flying with his fists. Morong Shue was so scared that she closed her eyes. She opened her eyes when she realized that she hadn't died after a long time. She saw the young man punching the armored-back salamanders away. This was truly a shocking and moving scene. Morong Shue was overjoyed. She thought to herself, "Looks like even the heavens can't bear to see me die." That's true. I'm so beautiful that the moon shames the flowers. Even the heavens have to take pity on me. Sigh, it's wrong to be too charming. Morong Shue was a little proud. She always had this inexplicable confidence, especially in her face. Of course, Morong Shue was indeed very beautiful. After the armored-back salamanders were sent flying, they knew that they were no match for the human and fled into the depths of the forest. These ferocious beasts had a special sense of seeking luck and avoiding danger. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Morong Shue, it's been a few years. How have you been?" Morong Shue's eyes widened. Why did this voice sound so familiar? She looked at Lin Feng carefully. Although many years had passed, and his appearance had changed a lot, she could still vaguely see that he was the young man who fought against the Soul Devourer Palace and went to the Yinyang Taoist cave together. "Lin Feng, why are you here?" Morong Shue exclaimed. She didn't expect to see Lin Feng here. When she learned that Lin Feng was wanted by Outyin Ancient Capital, Morong Shue was worried for a long time. Later, she tried to find out more about Lin Feng, but she couldn't find anything. She even thought that Lin Feng had met with a mishap. She didn't expect Lin Feng to appear in front of her alive and well, and he had become so powerful. More than a dozen armored lizards had been beaten back by him with just a few punches and kicks. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course I'm here to see you. Didn't you ask me to come to Sky Saint City to look for you? If I hadn't been wanted by Outyin Ancient Capital and had to leave the East Prefecture, I would have fulfilled my promise and come here. Now that I'm back, I'm here to see a friend I'll never forget. You're still thinking of me?" Morong Shue asked, pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng blushed with shame. He was just passing by Sky Saint City, and he didn't expect to run into Morong Shue outside. He had just made up those words to coax Morong Shue. But Morong Shue was still very naive, and she didn't doubt Lin Feng's words. "Of course I miss you," Lin Feng said. Morong Shue said proudly, "A great beauty like me will naturally be missed. It's normal for you to miss me." Lin Feng smiled wryly. Morong Shue's personality hadn't changed after so many years. She was naive, but she was also confident. Perhaps beautiful women were that confident. She was confident in everything she did. Wait for me. I'm going to collect the blue, or Murong Shui flew towards a mountain. Lin Feng followed her. He saw a fist-sized or embedded in a rock. It was blue, or it can increase the power of magic weapons. Lin Feng was surprised. Murong Shui nodded and said, I'm going to use blue or to increase the power of magic weapons. I've heard that blue or is very difficult to melt. It's even more difficult to fuse it into a magic weapon. Lin Feng said, we have a mysterious blacksmith in Sky Saint City. She's very strong. She can do it. Murong Shui said. Oh, a mysterious blacksmith? Chapter 8:13. Where have you been all these years? Murong Shui asked. Lin Feng said, the Waste region, the Blue Cloud sect. An ancient sect. Murong Shui was shocked, but she said, but even an ancient sect couldn't have increased your strength so quickly, right? Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm a genius. My cultivation has increased so quickly. What's there to be surprised about? Humph, Murong Shui snorted and put her hands on her hips. I'm calling you fat, and you're panting. You're really shameless. Lin Feng said, I'm just telling the truth. The two of them chatted as they flew in the direction of Heaven Divine City. Can that mysterious blacksmith forge a doctrine weapon? Lin Feng asked. She should be able to, but forging a doctrine weapon requires countless precious materials. Do you want to forge one? Murong Shui looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, I have a semi-finished doctrine weapon, the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. It's a defensive treasure, and I want to forge it into a doctrine weapon. I can take you to see that senior, but she has a strange temper. I don't know if she'll be willing to help you. Murong Shui said, if she doesn't help, you can put in a few good words for her. Lin Feng said. Murong Shui said, it's useless. That blacksmith only agreed to help me because she received a purple Qilin jade from my father. She owes him a favor, so she agreed to help me. If she didn't owe my father a favor, she wouldn't have helped at all. I don't know how many people have asked her to forge a doctrine weapon, but they've all been rejected. There were many blacksmiths on Tianwu continent. Blacksmiths didn't have as many strict requirements as formation casters or alchemists. Many people chose to become blacksmiths to make a living. Needless to say, it was not easy to become a great blacksmith. Among the blacksmiths, the top blacksmiths were naturally those who could forge doctrine tools. These blacksmiths were very rare, and their identities were also high and mighty. Lin Feng said, let's meet this blacksmith first. We'll talk about it after we meet him. Murong Shui nodded. She arrived at Heaven Saint City with Lin Feng, and then went straight to the northwest corner of Heaven Saint City. This was the slum of Heaven Saint City. Most of the people living here were ordinary people or the poor. The formidable blacksmith you mentioned lives here? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Murong Shui nodded and said, that's right, the blacksmith lives here. Such a powerful blacksmith wouldn't lack money. It's strange that he's living in a place like this. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He and Murong Shui entered a dilapidated alley and stopped in front of a courtyard in the deepest part of the alley. Murong Shui said respectfully, Senior, I've brought blue or come in. A hoarse voice came from inside. Lin Feng and Murong Shui entered the courtyard together. The courtyard was dilapidated, as if no one had cleaned it for a long time. An old woman walked out of the room. Her skin was dry and wrinkled like the bark of an old tree. It was hard to tell how old she was. When she saw Lin Feng, she was obviously unhappy. She said, Why did you bring an outsider? Murong Shui said, He's not an outsider. He's forget it. I don't want to know who he is to you. Leave the things here and come back in 3 days. The old woman said, Morong Shue stuck out her tongue and took out the blue, or she then took out the 72 silver needles. This was Morong Shue's most powerful set of treasures. These are ice needles made from the bones of a violent bear. It's indeed a powerful set of treasures. Put them down. The old woman glanced at Morong Shue's treasures and knew what they were made of. Morong Shue was indeed experienced and knowledgeable. At that moment, Lin Feng said, "Senior, I also want to ask you to help me forge a treasure." The old woman sneered and said, "Why should I help you? If it weren't for Morong Shue, you would have been thrown out a long time ago if you dared to trespass in my courtyard." Lin Feng muttered to himself. She was so old, yet she still had such a fiery temper. Of course, he didn't dare say this in front of the old woman. If he did, who knew what this eccentric old woman would do? "If you can help me, I'll do my best to find whatever you want." Lin Feng said, "I want the bones of the golden giants. Do you have them?" The old woman said indifferently, "Golden giants? A lost race." Lin Feng frowned. It was said that the golden giants were the followers of God. They were also known as God's servants. But now, God no longer existed in Tianmu continent. As for the golden giants who were divine servants, they had long since perished. "I'll do my best to find them." Lin Feng said, "If you can find them, I'll help you." The old woman gave Lin Feng a deep look. "Farewell." Lin Feng clasped his fists. He left with Morong Shue. "Maybe we can go to the auction house and ask if they have any bones of the golden giants. They can always collect all kinds of strange things." Morong Shue said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Then let's go to the auction house. I have 2 things I want to put up for auction." "Oh, you have something you want to auction? What is it?" Morong Shue asked, curiously. "A doctrine weapon," Lin Feng said. Morong Shue's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? You want to put a doctrine weapon up for auction?" Lin Feng said, "This doctrine weapon isn't mine. It was taken by someone else after a battle where both sides were injured. I can't use this doctrine weapon. If the powers behind those 2 sides found out, would they let me off? I'd rather sell it for spirit stones. Since it has an owner, you can't use it to avoid attracting trouble." Morong Shue nodded in agreement. They arrived at the auction house. "Hey, Shue, you've come to the auction house too? Are you here to buy something?" At that moment, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded out. 5 or 6 young men walked over. The one who had spoken was a young man in purple. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was very handsome, but there was a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows that made people dislike him. Morong Shue said calmly, "I came with a friend." Chapter 8:14. The young man in purple was called Song Ziliu, and he was a direct descendant of the Song clan, one of the 5 great clans of Sky Saint City. Song Ziliu had always been pursuing Morong Shue, but she didn't like him. However, considering that the Morong clan and the Song clan were allies, Morong Shue couldn't treat him coldly. "May I know where Shue's friend came from?" Song Ziliu asked with a smile. Most of the young men from the great clans were scheming people. Song Ziliu was one of them. Even though he was jealous of Lin Feng, he didn't show it. Instead, he acted very friendly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I came from another region." Song Ziliu said with a fake smile, "The region is so big, but you came from another region. What business do you have in the Eastern Prefecture?" Lin Feng said calmly, "Of course, but I can't tell you." Song Ziliu didn't ask. He said, "If you want to buy something from the auction house, I can introduce you to an attendant." "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "I'm Song Ziliu. How should I address you?" "Lin Feng." Song Ziliu muttered the surname, Lin, but He had never heard of any great clan with that surname. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't from a great clan, why would he compete with him for Morong Shue? Song Ziliu became more enthusiastic and said, "Brother Lin, please come with me." Then, the group walked towards the auction house. The auction house was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Feng smiled at Morong Shue and said, "He's obviously jealous of me, but he's still so enthusiastic. It seems that he wants to show off in front of you." Morong Shue glared at Lin Feng and said, "Since you know that, why do you still want to get acquainted with him?" "I want him to know how difficult it is." Lin Feng looked at Morong Shue with a faint smile. Morong Shue blushed slightly and snorted. She said, "Actually, Song Zilu is quite good among the children of aristocratic families. Our Morong family and the Song family have always been allies, so Song Zilu and I had a good relationship when we were young. But when we grew up, this guy dared to pursue me. When I think of the guy who followed me around when we were young, I can't help but want to beat him to death." "Shue, Brother Lin, what are you two talking about? Is there something else that you can't tell others?" When Song Zilu saw that Lin Feng and Morong Shue were talking in a low voice, he was a bit jealous. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at Song Zilu with pity in his eyes. Song Zilu's Morong Shue. Human emotions were the most complicated. Song Zilu's, Shue's Morongs, Shue Morong Shue's. We're talking about Brother Song. I heard from Morong Shue that Brother Song was cute and smart when he was young. He'll be a handsome man when he grows up," Lin Feng said with a faint smile. "Really?" Song Ziliu's eyes lit up when he heard that. His impression of Lin Feng skyrocketed. Song Ziliu comforted himself. It seemed that Lin Feng and Shue were just friends. He must have been overthinking things. Brother Lin is really a good person. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have known that I had such a high position in Shue's heart. Morong Shue pinched Lin Feng's waist. Lin Feng grimaced in pain. Morong Shue snorted, as if telling Lin Feng that this was his punishment for spouting nonsense. Lin Feng took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and slapped Morong Shue's butt. Morong Shue's face flushed red. She gnashed her teeth, wanting to retaliate. However, Lin Feng quickened his pace and walked alongside Song Ziliu. Morong Shue's plan of revenge had failed. She looked at Lin Feng and ground her teeth, but then she couldn't help but smile. A woman's mind was really hard to fathom. Under Song Zilu's guidance, Lin Feng and the others saw the deacon in the lounge. "Manager's son, this is my friend Lin Feng. He wants to buy something," Song Ziliu said. Manager's son was called Sun Yuan. He was a polite person. He cupped his fists and said, "May I know what Lin Gongzi wants to buy?" "Do you have the bones of the golden giant?" Lin Feng asked. "Huh, the bones of the golden giant." Deacon Sun was startled. He naturally knew about the golden giant. This was a huge business deal. Recently, an elder of the auction house had been transferred away, and a new elder had been appointed. The new elder would be the one who had the best performance among the deacons. Therefore, these managers hoped to make a big deal and increase their performance. If they could become an elder of the auction house in the future, their status would rise. She could be described as a phoenix that had flown to the top of a branch. Manager's son wanted to make a big deal, but he was powerless. He said regretfully, "Young master, you came at a bad time. As far as I know, 20 years ago, there was a bone of the golden giant in the auction house, but it was bought by someone else. After that, there hasn't been another bone of the golden giant." Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. However, he had expected this to happen. Lin Feng was about to discuss the auction with manager Sunday. At that moment, A dozen people rushed in from outside. The leader was also a manager. The manager was called Wang Shen. He looked very arrogant. He glanced at Manager Sun and said, "Manager Sun, I have something to discuss with young master, Ouyang. Hurry up and take your people out." Manager Sun's expression turned unsightly. Wang Shen was not giving him any face at all. He was the one who had come to discuss business with Lin Feng, but now he was being chased out. If news of this spread, he would lose all face. Manager Sun said, "Manager Wang, I'm still discussing business with a guest. If you want to discuss business, you can go to another VIP room. I like to discuss business in this VIP room." Manager Sun, "Do you want me to repeat myself?" Manager Wang sneered. Manager Sun's expression kept changing. When Manager Wang saw that Manager Sun didn't take Lin Feng and the others out, he sneered and said, "The assessment is coming soon. When I'm promoted to elder, I hope Manager Sun can still be as stubborn as today." Manager Sun couldn't help but sigh. Wang Shen had made a few big deals recently, so he had the best performance out of all the managers. If nothing unexpected happened, the vacant elder position would be filled by him. Manager Sun looked at Lin Feng apologetically and said, "Lin Gongzi, why don't we go somewhere else to discuss business?" Deacon Wang immediately revealed a complacent look. Lin Feng frowned. He was very unhappy. Everything was first come, first served. Manager Wang was driving Manager Sun away in such a domineering manner. Not only was he not giving Manager Sun face, but he was also not giving the guests any face. Song Ziliu sneered, "So what if we don't go out? Do you still care about the rules? This auction house seems to be under the surname Jiang, not Wang, right? A manager dares to be so domineering? How laughable." Manager Wang's face sank. Just as he was about to reprimand Song Ziliu, a young man in white clothes waved his hand, indicating for Manager Wang to remain silent. "I am Ouyang Qian from the Celestial Moon Mountain. I wish to discuss business with Manager Sun in this VIP room. Do you have any objections?" Celestial Moon Mountain? Song Ziliu and the others' expressions changed. The Celestial Moon Mountain was ranked second among the righteous path forces in the northern 72 prefectures. When Ouyang Qian saw the change in everyone's expressions, he revealed a proud expression. His status as a member of the Celestial Moon Mountain was enough for him to enjoy the envy of everyone in the northern 72 prefectures. As for Ouyang Qian, he enjoyed the shock and fear of others when they heard his status. "We're using this VIP room. If you want to discuss business, find another VIP room." An indifferent voice sounded. "Brat, what did you say?" Ouyang Qian thought he had misheard. He looked coldly at Lin Feng. Song Ziliu, Manager Sun, Murong Shui, and the others' expressions changed drastically. The successor of the Celestial Moon Mountain wasn't someone they could afford to offend. They couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. If the Celestial Moon Mountain was angered, Lin Feng would suffer a great calamity. Chapter 8:15. "Lin Feng, we can't afford to offend this person. Let's go." Murong Shui pulled Lin Feng aside and whispered to him. She was worried that Lin Feng would suffer in Ouyang Qian's hands. Not everyone could afford to offend the people of the Immortal Moon Mountain. There were 72 prefectures in the north, and the Immortal Moon Mountain was very powerful. Even a giant like the Palace of Immortals did not dare to underestimate them. Moreover, the East County was a force in the Divine Prefecture. Compared to the Immortal Moon Mountain, the difference was too great. "Brother Lin, don't argue with the people of the Immortal Moon Mountain. They are unreasonable," Song Ziliu whispered. Although he was also from a large family, the Song family was only an ancient force. Compared to an ancient force like the Immortal Moon Mountain, the difference was too great. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. So, what if it's the Immortal Moon Mountain? I don't believe that the people of the Immortal Moon Mountain can do whatever they want." Ouyang Qian's expression was gloomy. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Ouyang Qian was obviously suspicious of Lin Feng's identity. After all, he knew that Ouyang Qian was the successor of the Immortal Moon Mountain, but he was still so indifferent. There must be something fishy going on. Lin Feng said, "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know now is that I'm using this VIP room. If you want to use it, wait in line outside." "Brat, you—" Ouyang Qian's expression was gloomy. He could not figure out Lin Feng's identity. Therefore, he did not dare to make a move. After all, he was afraid. Although the Immortal Moon Mountain was powerful, it was not omnipotent. If he really made a move and found out that Lin Feng was the successor of an even more powerful force, he would be in big trouble. "Senior brother, before we left, didn't you borrow a golden VIP card from the auction house from Uncle Master? That's a VIP card that only Creation Realm cultivators are qualified to get. Let's ask Deacon Wang to invite an elder to preside over this matter. When senior brother shows the golden VIP card, no matter who it is, they will have to obediently give up the VIP room. No matter how sullen they are, they will have to endure it." A cultivator from the Immortal Moon Mountain whispered in Ouyang Qian's ear. Ouyang Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he couldn't figure out Lin Feng's background, he wouldn't easily give up the VIP room. Because as far as Ouyang Qian was concerned, giving up the VIP room was no different than losing face. As for Lin Feng's identity, he was not afraid even if he was from the Palace of Immortals. Although the Celestial Moon Mountain was not as powerful as the Palace of Immortals, it was not far behind the Palace of Immortals now that its power had increased greatly. Moreover, he had obtained the right to use the VIP room with his own strength. What was there to worry about? He nodded and said to Attendant Wang, "Go and find the elder in charge here. I want to see who will be kicked out of the VIP room." Speaking up to hear, Ouyang Qian involuntarily laughed coldly twice, his face full of a confident expression. In his opinion, Lin Feng definitely couldn't take out a gold VIP card. After all, this gold VIP card could only be obtained by cultivators in the Creation Realm. He had begged for a long time before he was able to borrow the gold VIP card. Moreover, the martial uncle that the disciple had mentioned was his uncle, which was why he was able to borrow the VIP card. It had not been easy for him to borrow a VIP card, and his uncle had repeatedly reminded him to take good care of it. From this, it could be seen how precious a gold VIP card was. "Yes, I'll go now." Attendant Wang nodded and walked out. Not long after, an elder followed Attendant Wang to the VIP room. This elder was called Master Lu, and when he arrived at the VIP room, he asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" When Attendant Li saw that the situation had escalated to this point, he knew that there was no way out for him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Elder, it's like this. This subordinate was originally using this VIP room to discuss business with Lin Gongzi and the others." At that moment, Attendant Wang barged in with a group of people and wanted to kick us out. Attendant Wang's actions are a little too domineering. Even if you don't give me face, you should at least consider our auction house's reputation, right? Elder Lu's expression darkened when he heard this. He looked at Attendant Wang and asked, "Is this true?" Attendant Wang immediately said, "Elder, I've been wronged. This subordinate's grievance is even worse than Jun Feishua's grievance." At that time, we all took a liking to this VIP room at the same time, but Attendant Li insisted that it was the VIP room they were using. Now he's even deceiving you. He really has ulterior motives. Lin Feng sneered. Attendant Wang was spouting nonsense and hurtful words. It was obvious that he was not a good person. However, Lin Feng didn't say anything. He wanted to see how Elder Lu would deal with this matter. Elder Lu, I am Ouyang Qian from Celestial Moon Mountain. My uncle is Li Shixuan, the great elder of Celestial Moon Mountain's Celestial Moon Mountain. This is a congratulatory gift from the auction house when my uncle broke through to the realm of creation. This golden VIP card can prove my identity. Ouyang Qian clasped his fists and said. Then he took out a gold VIP card. Elder Lu held the golden VIP card and nodded slightly. So you're Li Shixuan's nephew. I recognize this golden VIP card. Back then, when I went to the Celestial Moon Mountain to celebrate his birthday, I personally went there. Hearing Elder Lu's words, Ouyang Qian's face immediately lit up. On Lin Feng's side, Morong Shui, Song Ziliu, Deacon Li, and the others' faces darkened. Obviously, they were likely to be kicked out of the VIP room. Lin Feng looked at Elder Lu with a faint smile and said, I wonder if Elder Lu has made a decision? Elder Lu frowned slightly. He was also weighing the pros and cons. Elder Lu was naturally not a stupid person. He could roughly guess what had happened. If he handled the matter fairly, he would kick out Deacon Wang, Ouyang Qian, and the others. If he didn't handle the matter fairly, he would kick out Deacon Li, Lin Feng, and the others. Now, Elder Lu had to make a choice. On one side was Ouyang Qian and the others. On the other side was Lin Feng and the others. This choice didn't seem to be difficult. Putting aside the fact that Deacon Wang would soon be promoted to elder, he would be on the same level as Elder Lu. Ouyang Qian's status wasn't something that Lin Feng and the others could compare to. Elder Lu weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Ouyang Qian looked at Deacon Li indifferently and said, Deacon Li, why aren't you taking your guests away? They really don't know the rules. Yes. We'll leave. Although Deacon Li's expression was unsightly, he didn't dare disobey Elder Lu's orders. He looked at Lin Feng and whispered, Lin Gongzi, let's go. We can't afford to offend these people. Morong Shui also said, Lin Feng, let's endure this for now. The Celestial Moon Mountain is very powerful. Even the auction house's elder is on their side. We can't win against them. Ouyang Qian looked at Lin Feng proudly and sneered, Kid, why aren't you getting out of here? Since when does the auction house need to act according to other people's wishes? I really wonder how the Jiang clan manages the auction house. Deacon Li, go and find the manager of the auction house in Heaven Divine City. I want to see how the manager of the auction house handles this matter. Lin Feng said indifferently. Invite the president. Deacon Li's expression changed slightly. He couldn't even take a step forward. If the president of the Heaven Sacred City's auction house was really invited out, this matter would probably escalate to a point of no return. If the president became angry, he might even be expelled from the auction house. Deacon Li, do you want to live with grievances all the time? If this place doesn't want me, there will be other places for me. You're not weak. Are you afraid that you won't have a stable future? Lin Feng looked at Deacon Li indifferently. All right, I'll go. Deacon Li clenched his teeth. Lin Feng's words had aroused Deacon Li's courage. A man should live with dignity. Chapter 8:16. The third floor of the auction house was where the head of the auction house rested. The head of the auction house was called Jiang Li, and he was a disciple of the Jiang family's side branch. However, he had shown extraordinary talent in cultivation and had been heavily nurtured by the family. He had slowly climbed to the position of the head of the auction house in the East Province's Divine Prefecture's Sky Saint City. Jiang Li looked like he was in his 40s and looked very capable. At this moment, Jiang Li, who seemed high and mighty to outsiders, was carefully accompanying another person. Jiang Li's humble demeanor would definitely shock outsiders if they saw it. This was the head of the auction house, a high and mighty figure. Who could make someone like him bow to him? This tea is called green bamboo leaf. It's a special tea from the snowy mountains in the East Province's Divine Prefecture's extreme north. What do you think of the taste? Jiangli carefully asked. The middle-aged cultivator nodded and said, "It's refreshing and refreshing. After drinking it, there's a fragrant feeling. It's indeed a good tea." If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this person. It was Jiang Chao. He was an elder of the East Sea auction house and had received Lin Feng before. Jiang Chao's identity was not simple. His uncle, Jiang Tiando, was in charge of the East Sea auction house. At the same time, he was the head of all the auction houses in the northern 72 prefectures. He had a high position and was an important figure in the Jiang family. When they were in the East Sea, Jiang Tiando had deliberately befriended Lin Feng before, so Lin Feng had a good impression of him. Although Jiang Chao was good at things, he did not make people dislike him. Moreover, he did things flawlessly and had the demeanor of someone from a big family. Jiang Tiando had set up an inspection department, and the inspection department was responsible for inspecting the auction houses in the northern 72 prefectures. Then, they would assess the auction house's performance. The person in charge of the inspection department was Jiang Chao. Of course, Jiang Chao spent most of his time in the East Sea auction house. He only personally came out to check the accounts once every 5 years. Jiang Li smiled and said, "It's good that you like it. I heard that the ancestor also likes to drink tea. When you go back, please bring some green bamboo leaf for the ancestor to taste." The ancestor that Jiang Li was naturally Jiang Tiando. Jiang Tiando was very close to the heaven-ranked spirit array master, Morong Baichuan. Jiang Tiando's identity was very high. "Thank you for your concern. I'll pass on your feelings to Uncle when the time comes," Jiang Chao said. Jiang Li was overjoyed. He took out a storage ring and handed it to Jiang Chao. "The tea leaves are ready. Please accept it." Jiang Chao took the storage ring and probed it with his divine sense. He found that there were boxes of top-grade spirit stones piled up. There were probably no less than 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Jiang Chao nodded with satisfaction. Although it was said to be tea leaves, it was actually a gift for Jiang Chao in disguise. Jiang Chao accepted it without batting an eyelid and asked, "How's the business of Sky Divine City's auction house?" "Business is quite good. Here's the account book." Jiang Chao quickly took out the account book. "Put away the account books. I don't want to look at them. There are special people in charge of checking them. Although we are brothers of the same clan, if there's a problem with the account books, or if the business fails to meet the requirements of the assessment, I will report it truthfully," Jiang Chao said. "Of course, I know. I won't make things difficult for you," Jiang Li said hurriedly. Jiang Chao nodded with satisfaction and said, "Of course, if you do well, I will report it to the higher-ups. If there are vacancies in the future, I won't forget about you." Jiang Li hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Thank you for your guidance, brother. I will definitely accomplish great things and not disappoint you." Jiang Chao waved his hand and said, "Since we are brothers of the same clan, there's no need to be so distant. Right, there's something I need to tell you in advance." Jiang Li hurriedly sat up straight and listened attentively. "The eldest Miss has decided to come out and train. She's probably going to take over my uncle's position and become the head of the auction house in the 72 prefectures. The eldest Miss likes to study alchemy, so you should pay more attention to ancient recipes. If there are any, collect them. When the eldest Miss takes over, you can give her a congratulatory gift. The eldest Miss will remember your name," Jiang Chao said. Jiang Li was overjoyed and said, "I will definitely prepare for it." "All right." Jiang Chao nodded. At that moment, Deacon Li's voice came from outside. Sir, this subordinate wishes to see you. Bastard, don't you know that I'm accompanying an official on patrol? Jiang Li opened the door and reprimanded him coldly. Deacon Li was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He had wanted to say something, but Jiang Li had scared him so much that he swallowed his words. Jiang Li, let him in and see what he wants, Jiang Chao said. Jiang Chao said with great interest. He wanted to see how Jiang Li handled the matters of the auction house. He wanted to see if Jiang Li was worth grooming. Yes, sir, Jiang Li replied. He obviously knew how to address Jiang Chao in front of outsiders. He could only address him as brother when there were only two people around. This was called cordiality. If he still addressed him as brother in front of outsiders, then he didn't know the gravity of the situation. Come in and speak, Jiang Chao said to Deacon Li. Deacon Li trembled as he walked in. He had heard that an important person had come to the auction house. If even the high and mighty president, Jiang Li, was so respectful to this important person, how important was he? It was his first time meeting such an important person, so Deacon Li was naturally very nervous. Greetings, sir. Deacon Li hurriedly knelt on the ground and bowed. No need for formalities. Tell me, what's going on? Jiang Chao asked. Deacon Li didn't know how the higher-ups would deal with this matter, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. He gathered his thoughts and said, There's a rather troublesome matter waiting for you to deal with. Oh, you need me to deal with it personally? Jiang Li frowned slightly. He didn't want to see such a troublesome matter appear at this time, because Jiang Chao was here. If he didn't deal with this troublesome matter properly, Jiang Chao would dislike him. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chao stood up. When he saw Jiang Chao stand up, Jiang Li nodded and said, Deacon Li, please lead the way. Yes, sir, please follow me, Deacon Li replied. Manager, Li answered, and then led the way to the VIP room on the second floor. Inside the VIP room, Lin Feng looked indifferent. Murong Shui, Song Ziliu, and the others looked worried. In their opinion, even if the president of the auction house came, he would probably side with the people from Celestial Moon Mountain. Celestial Moon Mountain was too powerful. Chapter 817. Look, it's the president of the auction house, Jiang Li. When they saw Jiang Li, the first floor of the auction house, the atmosphere became lively. The first floor of the auction house had many counters selling all kinds of precious treasures, so people were coming and going. It was very lively. As the president of the auction house, Jiang Li's every move attracted a lot of attention. But very quickly, many people noticed something shocking. Jiang Li was carefully standing next to another cultivator. Who was that cultivator? He looks like the inspector, Jiang Chao. No wonder. If he's an inspector, he has a lot of power. He can control the fate of the president of the auction house. I know Jiang Chao. He's a direct descendant of the Jiang clan. Jiang Li is just a side branch. Jiang Chao is now the inspector of the 72 provinces in the north. He has a very high position. Many people were talking about it. In their eyes, Jiang Li was a very important person. What about Jiang Chao? These people were all guessing what Jiang Chao and Jiang Li were doing here. The inspector and the president have arrived, shouted Manager Li when they arrived at the door of the VIP lounge. Hearing the words patrol envoy, everyone in the VIP room was shocked. Naturally, everyone knew what the words patrol envoy meant. He was a very important person in the auction house. Greetings, Inspector. Greetings, President. Elder Lu and Manager Wang quickly bowed. Uncle Jiang. Ouyang Qian's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Chao. Ouyang Qian's uncle knew Jiang Chao. 3 years ago, he had followed his uncle to the overseas world. Jiang Chao had welcomed them. You're Li Shishuan's nephew? Jiang Chao looked at Ouyang Qian in surprise. He vaguely remembered him. When Ouyang Qian saw that Jiang Chao had remembered him, he was ecstatic. He quickly nodded and said, "That's right, this junior's uncle is Li Shixuan. 3 years ago, I went to the overseas world with my uncle to visit Uncle Jiang." Manager Li, Murong Shui, Song Zilu, and the others were in stark contrast to Ouyang Qian. Their faces turned pale in an instant. Jiang Chao was an inspector. He was a very important person. They wouldn't even be able to see such a person on a normal day. He was a friend of Ouyang Qian's uncle. In that case, the outcome of today's VIP room fight seemed to have been decided. They should be chased out, right? Outside the VIP room, many people were pointing and gossiping. If they were really driven out, they would lose all face. The most important thing for a cultivator was face. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that a single breath of life, and Buddha strives for an incense stick? Seeing that Ouyang Qian had such a relationship with the inspector, Jiang Li knew how to deal with this matter. Jiang Li glanced at Elder Lu indifferently and said, "Elder Lu, what's going on? Tell me." Elder Lu hurriedly said, "It's Deacon Li who doesn't know the rules." He openly snatched the VIP room that Deacon Wang was already using. The people around Deacon Li are also arrogant and despotic. When they saw that Deacon Wang didn't let them use the VIP room, they wanted to forcefully drive away Deacon Wang's guests. How outrageous! This Elder Lu was also a shrewd old man. Right now, he was trying to distort the truth. In his opinion, this matter was already settled. Would Lin Feng and his gang fight with Ouyang Qian and his gang? He was simply overestimating himself. Jiang Li asked, "Deacon Li, do you know your crime?" Deacon Li's face turned pale. With a thump, his body went limp and fell to the ground. He was speechless and had no way to refute. That was because anyone could tell that Jiang Li had already sided with Ouyang Qian and the others in this matter. He was completely done for. Deacon Li sighed. He was already thinking of a way out. If he was driven out of the auction house, where should he go to find a new job? If he wanted to find another job, like being an auction house's deacon, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The world of cultivators was so cruel. Cultivators needed to find a backer. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for a rogue cultivator to survive. Deacon Li was naturally aware of this and couldn't help but worry about his future. Ouyang Qian, Deacon Wang, and the rest were all sneering. Ouyang Qian looked at Lin Feng with a provocative gaze. "Kid, you want to fight with me? Who do you think you are?" Ouyang Qian and the rest were waiting for Lin Feng and his gang to be driven out. At this time, Lin Feng said with a faint smile, "Jiang Chao, is this the way your auction house does things?" Jiang Chao, that kid actually dared to call the patrol inspector by his name. The cultivators outside were dumbfounded. Jiang Li and the rest were also dumbfounded. Murong Shui, Song Ziliu, and the rest were so scared that their faces turned pale. Did Lin Feng want to die? He actually dared to be so disrespectful to the patrol inspector. On the other hand, Ouyang Qian was inwardly ecstatic. This brat is courting death. He actually dared to call the inspector by his name. He's so disrespectful to the Jiang family's inspector. This matter won't end like this. The inspector's dignity definitely won't be challenged. In Ouyang Qian's opinion, Lin Feng was dead meat this time. When Jiang Chao heard this, he was also furious. A person from a small family in a small place actually dared to call him by his name, not giving him face. Jiang Chao looked coldly at Lin Feng. That's not right. Why does this person look a little familiar? Jiang Chao was puzzled. Suddenly, Jiang Chao remembered the young master from more than a year ago. Although they had only met once, Jiang Chao's impression of him was too deep. That young master had already become the great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild more than a year ago. He was only in his early 20s, and he was already the great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. His future was limitless. He might even become one of the leaders of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. At that time, the Jiang family would have to take the initiative to express goodwill to such a person. The Spirit Array Caster Guild's huge power was unimaginable to others. Only a core member of the Jiang family, like Jiang Chao, knew how terrifying the Spirit Array Caster Guild was. That young master was someone that even his uncle, Jiang Tiando, deliberately tried to befriend. Therefore, although they had only met once, and more than a year had passed, when he saw Lin Feng again, Jiang Chao still remembered. Jiang Chao was shocked. He had never thought that such a big shot like Lin Feng would come to a barren place like the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Could it be that he was out traveling? Everyone looked at Lin Feng with different thoughts, especially when they saw the anger on Jiang Chao's face. Many people knew that Lin Feng was finished, but no one thought. The next moment, Jiang Chao trotted all the way to Lin Feng's side, like a junior bowing to an elder. After Jiang Chao bowed, he said carefully, "Master Lin, why are you here in the Eastern Divine Prefecture? Before I left the Eastern Sea, I heard that my uncle was talking about you." What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Jiang Chao, a core member of the ancient Jiang family, the inspector of the 72 northern states. Why would such a high and mighty figure bow to that young man? And he was so careful. Could it be that that young man had an even more terrifying background? Even Jiang Chao had to be careful. Chapter 8:18. How could this be? When Ouyang Qian, Elder Lu, Attendant Wang, and the others saw this, their expressions turned ugly, especially Elder Lu and Deacon Wang. Their hearts instantly sank to the bottom. They knew that this was going to be troublesome, because they had poked a huge hole in the ground. Jiang Li's expression changed again and again. He had wanted to leave a good impression on Jiang Chao, but he had been too careless in handling this matter. This time, his image in Jiang Chao's eyes was completely ruined, right? More importantly, who was that young man? If Jiang Chao attacked him in a fit of anger, he would be done for. Murong Shui, Song Ziliu, Attendant Li, and the others were first shocked, then overjoyed. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so capable. He had actually been able to make someone as important as Jiang Chao bow down to him. Song Ziliu and Attendant Li looked at Murong Shui. They wanted to know who Lin Feng was from her. Murong Shui was also puzzled. Wasn't Lin Feng from a small family? How could he be so powerful? Could it be that there was something she didn't know about him? She had to interrogate this guy later. "Is your uncle doing well?" Lin Feng asked calmly. Jiang Chao hurriedly said, "Uncle is doing very well, but he will be leaving his position soon. He will return to the family, and a new person will be appointed." "Oh, your uncle is leaving his position as the person in charge of the 72 northern regions? But it's good that he's leaving his position. He can go back to the Jiang family and cultivate. It's much more practical than this so-called empty title. But who will be the new person in charge?" Lin Feng asked. "It's the eldest daughter of the Jiang family." Jiang Chao said. "Jiang Yudi?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Jiang Chao was stunned. "Master Lin, our eldest daughter?" Lin Feng nodded. "I've known her for about 6 or 7 years. It's just that I haven't seen her in a while." Jiang Chao thought to himself, this Master Lin really isn't simple. Even our eldest daughter is his friend. If Master Lin hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known. The reason why Jiang Chao was so respectful to Lin Feng was not without reason. If Lin Feng was just an ordinary great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild, Jiang Chao wouldn't have respected him so much. 5 months ago, Jiang Chao was about to leave the Eastern Sea Auction House to patrol the 72 prefectures in the north. He accidentally overheard the conversation between his uncle, Jiang Tiando, and Murong Baichuan. Lin Feng, little friend, do you remember? Murong Baichuan smiled and looked at Jiang Tiando. Jiang Tiando stroked his beard and said, "Of course I won't forget. What's wrong with our little friend Lin Feng? Could it be that he has agreed to take up a position in the Spirit Array Caster Guild?" "I didn't." Murong Baichuan shook his head and said, "Little friend Lin Feng's Great Elder Medallion resonates with the Spirit Array Caster Guild's Heavenly Medallion. Yesterday, the Heavenly Medallion sent out a signal that little friend Lin Feng has become a heaven-ranked Spirit Array caster." "What? A heaven stage Spirit Array master? How is that possible?" Jiang Tiando shouted in disbelief. It was rare for a big shot like him to lose his composure, but today he was deeply shocked by Murong Baichuan's news. Murong Baichuan bitterly smiled and said, "But this is indeed true. This person's attainments in spiritual arrays are unimaginable. Perhaps in a few years he will be entrusted with important tasks by the 4 great ancestors. When that time comes, I'm afraid that when I see that brat, I will have to respectfully call him Lord." Jiang Chao was also shocked when he heard this, but he didn't think too much about it. From his point of view with his status, he was destined to not have much interaction with Lin Feng. He didn't expect to meet him here. Jiang Chao said, "When the young mistress takes up her position, she hopes that Master Lin can come to the Eastern Sea once. First, my uncle is about to leave and has been talking about Master Lin. An old friend has passed away, and my uncle still has his cultivation, so he can see Master Lin before he leaves. Second, when the young mistress takes up her position, she will be very happy to see Master Lin come and congratulate her." "Okay, I'll think about it." Lin Feng nodded. "Master Lin, let's go up and talk. Don't let the people here insult your eyes," Jiang Chao said. Lin Feng nodded. Under Jiang Chao's lead, they went upstairs. Murong Shui, Song Ziliu, and the others followed closely behind. Song Ziliu and his companions were ecstatic. What kind of luck did he have? He actually made friends with such a big shot. In the VIP room, Jiang Li's expression was gloomy. He was in a terrible mood. Now, Jiang Li really wanted to slap Attendant Wang and Elder Lu to death. If Attendant Wang hadn't been so meddlesome, would this have happened? If Elder Lu had dealt with it impartially, would this have happened? "Ouyang Qian, right? Why aren't you getting out? Our auction house doesn't welcome you," Jiang Li said fiercely. Ouyang Qian's expression was extremely ugly, but he didn't dare to refute. This was the Jiang family's auction house. Who would dare to offend the president of the Jiang family's auction house? Wouldn't that be going against the Jiang family? "Let's go," Ouyang Qian said with a gloomy face. He felt that the people outside were looking at him mockingly, pointing at him, and full of sarcasm. This made Ouyang Qian so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. That kid wasn't particularly strong. Why was Jiang Chao so respectful to him? And he even called him Master Lin? Ouyang Qian didn't know this. This made Ouyang Qian hate Lin Feng to the core. "I don't care if you're Master Lin or not. In the end, this cultivator's senior still depends on your cultivation level. If you fall into my hands, I'll teach you a lesson. Sir, I was wrong. I was blind. Please forgive me this time," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Attendant Wang knelt on the ground and begged loudly. Elder Lu also knelt on the ground and begged. "Sir, I've been deceived by Wang Shen. Please forgive me this once, sir, on account of my years of loyalty." Jiang Li was furious because he was implicated. Now, He only thought of how to restore his image in Jiang Chao's heart and how to appease that young master. When he saw the two of them, he was furious. Wang Shun, you openly violated the rules of the auction house and dared to expel a guest. This is a heinous crime. From today onwards, you will be expelled from the auction house and will never be employed again. Jiang Li looked at Wang Shun coldly. Wang Shun sat on the ground, paralyzed, his face ashen. Jiang Li looked at Elder Lu and said, "Strict Master Lu, you covered up for Wang Shun and can't differentiate between right and wrong. This is also an unforgivable crime. However, on account of your years of service to the auction house, I demote you to an attendant. Do you accept this?" "I accept," Elder Lu said with an ugly expression. Then Jiang Li looked at Attendant Li and said, "Li Yuan, you were able to protect the interests and dignity of the customers and adhere to the rules of the auction house. You are hereby promoted to an elder." Huh! Attendant Li was stunned. Then he became ecstatic. He had become an elder of the auction house. This was something that only happened in his dreams. Attendant Li knew that the reason he could become the president of the auction house was because he had received Lin Gongzi. My ancestors really did a good deed for me to meet that young master. Otherwise, how could I become an elder of the auction house? Chapter 819. Lin Feng and Jiang Chao chatted in the VIP room on the third floor, while Morong Shui and the others were arranged to stay in another VIP room. The VIP rooms on the third floor were usually used to receive important figures of the creation realm. This was the first time Morong Shui, Song Ziliu, and the others had come to the VIP rooms on the third floor, so they looked around curiously. "I want to auction 2 Dao artifacts." Lin Feng spoke frankly. "Dao artifacts?" Jiang Chao was shocked. He asked, "What Dao artifacts are they?" Lin Feng waved his right hand, and 2 Dao artifacts flew out. One was the white tiger sky-shattering blade. The other was the heavenly dragon seal. Jiang Chao was shocked when he saw these 2 treasures. He said, "Pirate King Long Yan's white tiger sky-shattering blade and the great golden immortal dynasty's heavenly dragon seal. After these 2 treasures were lost, Long Yan and the great golden immortal dynasty have been looking for them. I didn't expect them to fall into Master Lin's hands." Dao artifacts were no small matter. Forging one was not easy. First, the materials were hard to find. Second, it was very difficult to find a blacksmith who could forge them. Therefore, even the most powerful factions would spend a lot of money to find lost Dao artifacts. Pirate King Long Yan and the great golden immortal dynasty had been looking for the white tiger sky-shattering blade and the heavenly dragon seal. However, Lin Feng had not used these 2 treasures since he had obtained them, so they had not been able to find out anything. "I obtained these 2 treasures by chance. Can your auction house take them?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course, but I think there's something wrong with these 2 Dao artifacts." Jiang Chao's eyes were sharp. He spoke directly about the key points. Lin Feng nodded. "The artifact spirit has disappeared. Its power is not as strong as before. If that's the case, then the value of these Dao artifacts won't even be 30% of what they were at their peak." Jiang Chao said. Lin Feng nodded. "It's fine. As long as we can sell them, it's fine. They're just a hot potato in our hands." Jiang Chao replied, "That's not a problem. After all, there'll be an auction in about 10 days. If we spread the news about the 2 Dao treasures, I'm sure it'll attract even more people. I'm sure countless people will be interested in Dao treasures." Jiang Chao's words were not wrong. Even among creation realm cultivators, those who possessed Dao artifacts were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Although the white tiger heaven-shattering blade and the heavenly dragon seal had lost their artifact spirits, their power had decreased sharply. However, its power was not something that treasured weapons could compare to. Moreover, if he had the opportunity, he might be able to nurture a new artifact spirit. At that time, his power would also be restored. Therefore, once they were put up for auction, these two Tao artifacts were extremely attractive. As for the things he bought in the auction house, he didn't have to worry about the revenge of the pirate King Dragon Eye and the great golden immortal kingdom. The Jiang family of the Sky Martial Continent had set a rule that no one would ask about the origin of the items that were sold in the auction house. Everyone had to abide by it. If you dare to go against the rules set by the immemorial Jiang family and retaliate against the cultivator who won the auction item, you will be punished. Then, he would just have to wait for the Jiang family's revenge. How many people in the Tianwu continent would dare to recklessly offend the Jiang clan who had been conferred deity at the immemorial Vermilion Bird Terrace? This is the contract. Please sign it, Master Lin. After drafting the contract, Jiang Chao handed it over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng signed his name on the contract. At that moment, Jiang Li's voice came from outside. Subordinate Jiang, Li requests an audience. Jiang Chao said, Master, how do you plan to deal with Jiang Li? I can see that Jiang Li is very loyal to you. Let him go. Lin Feng smiled. Jiang Li was insignificant. However, Lin Feng gave Jiang Chao face. This made Jiang Chao feel proud. Jiang Chao was a core member of the Jiang family. If they met in the future, there would be many places where he could use this person. Lin Feng naturally had to win him over. Jiang Chao's smile became even brighter. He said, Master Lin, this is your first time in Sky Divine City. Have you found a place to stay? Why don't you stay at our auction house? I won't disturb you at the auction house. All right, it's time for me to go. Lin Feng stood up. He walked out of the room accompanied by Jiang Chao. After leaving the auction house, Song Ziliu and the others were all submissive in front of Lin Feng. Although they didn't know Lin Feng's identity, they knew that Lin Feng was definitely an important person. They weren't as casual as before. Ziliu, are you a spirit formation master? Lin Feng asked Song Ziliu. Song Ziliu quickly nodded and said, Yes, I am a spirit formation master. However, my talent is limited. I'm only a middle-level spirit formation master, and I haven't improved in 3 years. I'm afraid that I've reached a bottleneck. The path of a spirit formation master is not easy. You need to persevere. If you want to have some achievements in spirit formation master, you need to find a teacher to guide you. Lin Feng said. Song Ziliu smiled bitterly and said, Powerful spirit formation masters rarely accept disciples. Moreover, it's very difficult to find a powerful spirit formation master in the Eastern region. If you go to other regions and don't have any connections, it's even more impossible to find a powerful spirit formation master to teach you about spirit formations. Zhan Junhua, the president of the Spirit Formation Master Union in Shur City, is quite skilled in spirit formations. You can take him as your teacher. Lin Feng said, Brother Lin, are you talking about the president of the Spirit Formation Master Union in the Eastern region, Zhan Junhua? Song Ziliu asked. Lin Feng nodded. Song Ziliu smiled bitterly and said, Countless people want to take him as their teacher, but they've all been rejected. Such an important person won't easily accept disciples. After a few days, go find him and tell him that I asked him to take you as his disciple. Lin Feng said. Huh. Song Ziliu was completely stunned. Let's go. Lin Feng looked at Morong Shui and left with her. After he and Morong Shui left, the young masters around Song Ziliu all looked at Song Ziliu enviously and said, Brother Song, you've hit the jackpot this time. You're actually going to take President Zhan as your master. I heard that President John has a very deep background in the Spirit Array Master Guild. If you take President John as your master, you'll definitely be able to enter the core circle of the Spirit Array Master Guild in the future. When that time comes, your Song family will have a meteoric rise. Song Ziliu took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He said, I have to tell my father this good news as soon as possible. After saying that, he ran towards the Song family's mansion. On the way, Morong Shui asked, why did you recommend Song Ziliu to take President John as his teacher? Lin Feng smiled and said, as you said, he's a good person, but I don't like him hanging around you. Since he's a spirit formation master, I'll give him a chance. I believe that with his intelligence, he should know why I'm doing this. If he still doesn't know what's good for him and hangs around you, then he's too ignorant of the ways of the world. Morong Shui blushed and snorted, I'm not your woman. Why do you care who hangs around me? After saying this, Morong Shui seemed to feel that the hint was too obvious. She blushed and didn't even dare to look into Lin Feng's eyes. She quickly changed the topic and said, what have you been through all these years? Why is a big shot like Jiang Chao so respectful to you? Because I'm a heaven-level spirit formation master, Lin Feng said with a smile. Ah, a heaven-level spirit formation master, Morong Shui exclaimed and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. She was completely stunned. If she remembered correctly, Lin Feng was 22 years old this year. A 22-year-old heaven-level spirit formation master. There had never been such a heaven-defying existence in the history of Tianmu continent. Chapter 8:20. Mingwei Court was the most luxurious inn in Sky Saint City. It had a huge courtyard and an elegant environment. There were many small buildings in the courtyard. Of course, such a luxurious inn was expensive. Only the rich could afford to stay here. Lin Feng rented a small building in Mingwei Court. He would be staying in Sky Saint City for a while, so he would be staying in Mingwei Court for a while. There will be a small gathering tomorrow. Do you want to join in the fun? Morong Shui asked. Lin Feng nodded. I don't have anything to do anyway. I'll go with you. Morong Shui was very happy. Then I'll come find you tomorrow. Have a good rest today. I'll go back first. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and saw Morong Shui out. He then returned to his residence. Not long after, 3 people arrived. They were Song Zilu, Song Zilu's father, Song Richeng, the head of the Song clan, one of the 5 great clans of Sky Saint City, and great elder Song Changjiang. Song Zilu had told Song Richeng that Lin Feng had asked him to go to Shi City to find Zhan Junhua. Song Richeng was very shocked when he heard this. He asked about Lin Feng's identity, and Song Zilu told his father what he had seen at the auction house. Song Richeng knew that Lin Feng was an extraordinary person, so he had people investigate Lin Feng's residence. With the Song clan status in Sky Saint City, it was very easy to find out where Lin Feng lived. After finding out where Lin Feng lived, Song Zilu led Song Richeng and great elder Song Changjiang to visit Lin Feng. They knew that this was an opportunity. If they could establish a relationship with an important person like Lin Feng, then their Song clan would definitely soar. Lin Feng received Song Richeng, Song Changjiang, and Song Zilu. After chatting for a while, Song Richeng and the others said goodbye and left. Before leaving, he left behind a storage ring for Lin Feng. Lin Feng checked it and found that there were 10,000 best quality spirit stones inside. This made Lin Feng quite surprised. The Song family was only an ancient family. Taking out 10,000 top-grade spirit stones at once was not a small amount. It seemed that the other party was quite willing to spend a lot of money. The next day, Morong Shui came to Lin Feng's place. She chatted with Lin Feng for the whole afternoon. In the evening, Lin Feng and Murong Shui went to Heaven's Saint restaurant together. This was the largest restaurant in the Heaven's Sacred City, and also the most luxurious one. When he passed by the plaza, Lin Feng saw a huge statue. It was extremely majestic, pointing at the sky and stepping on the earth like a god. Sky Saint Great Emperor? Lin Feng was astonished. That's right, that's Sky Saint Great Emperor. The ancestor who founded Heaven's Saint City received guidance from Sky Saint Great Emperor. Later, Sky Saint Great Emperor used his universe sleeve and took 200,000 people of the ancient Heavenly Saint sect with him to ascend to the immortal world. Because of that, he angered the elders of the immortal world. The elders of the immortal world surrounded him and killed him. In order to commemorate Sky Saint Great Emperor, the ancestor named this city Heaven's Saint City. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng nodded. He had heard this story before. In front of Heaven's Saint restaurant, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. It was very lively. Because the auction house was holding an auction during this period of time, it attracted many people. Naturally, there was no lack of geniuses. It was said that the reason why so many people were attracted to this exchange was because they had invited a few extraordinary figures. The number one genius of godly prefecture, Jin Yichen, the descendant of the immortal temple, Ouyang Shiyu, the descendant of the celestial moon mountain, Gu Yunair, the descendant of the fairy pavilion, Meng Xian Fairy, the young master of the ancient god sect, Shun Dao sect. Many people had heard of each and every one of these resounding names. This gathering would naturally be bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Feng and Murong Shui entered Heaven's Saint restaurant. The heirs of ancient forces were only allowed on the first floor. The second floor was reserved for the heirs of ancient forces. The third floor was reserved for the top geniuses. Only the heirs of ancient forces were qualified to enter. Even gatherings were strictly segregated. There was a commotion outside. The young master of the ancient god sect, Shun Daozong, had arrived. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. The ancient god sect wasn't a force from the 72 provinces in the north. It was an ancient force from the Great Barren Province. It had a long history and was extremely powerful. Shun Daozong was a dragon among men. His arrival attracted many people's attention. Many people went up to greet him. Jin Yichen arrived shortly after. He was wearing a golden robe. Although he was only from an ancient force, he was the last disciple of an ancient leader. Therefore, he was extremely strong. Ouyang Shiyu's robe was as white as snow. She walked over gracefully. She was as beautiful as ever. Lin Feng and Ouyang Shiyu had worked together in the Thunder Blade secret area to explore the eternal divine palace. Goddess Meng Xian was as elegant as ever. She was like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. She was also an old friend of Lin Feng's, but they weren't very close. Guyan also walked over. She was the heir of the celestial moon mountain. She was extremely beautiful. Now, she wore a veil so that no one could see her face. Of course, Lin Feng and Gu Yun had some misunderstandings. There were too many geniuses and geniuses. These geniuses of the top forces all walked up to the third floor. "Hey, Brother Lin." Ouyang Shiyu from the Longevity Hall saw Lin Feng and was pleasantly surprised. She walked over to Lin Feng. Goddess Meng Xian also saw Lin Feng and smiled. Many people were mesmerized. She also walked over. "I didn't think I'd see you here, Brother Lin. It's been a few years since we last met." Brother Lin. Jin Yichen was surprised. He also recognized Lin Feng. He knew Lin Feng, but they didn't know each other very well. Now that they saw each other, he cupped his fist in greeting. It's that bastard. Gu Yun saw Lin Feng and ground her teeth. She still remembered when she had woken up and Lin Feng had put his hands on her breasts. At that time, her clothes had been disheveled. Back then, Lin Feng had been helping Gu Yun neutralize the aphrodisiac, but Gu Yun had thought he was trying to take advantage of her. Who's that young man? Many people were astonished and started talking. Who was he? Why were all these geniuses and goddesses greeting him so warmly? Lin Feng cupped his fist in greeting. Let's talk upstairs, said Ouyang Shiyu. Ouyang Shiyu smiled. Lin Feng nodded and went up to the third floor with the others. The gathering was quite lively. Murong Shui sat next to Lin Feng, which surprised Jeannie Chen. He said, Little Shui and Brother Lin, are you? Murong Shui said, Brother Jean, don't misunderstand. We're just ordinary friends. But the others weren't blind, and they could see that Murong Shui was trying to hide something. Jeannie Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Dugu Xian is here. At that moment, there was a commotion outside, and Dugu Xian walked in. Dugu Xian joined the Shangshan clan to cultivate. I heard that he just returned to the eastern province not long ago. It seems that he suffered a great loss a while ago. Someone killed his clone in Rain City. Jeannie Chen said, the Shangshan clan was an ancient power of the Shangshan clan. It was mysterious and ancient, and it was rumored that the Dugu clan had a very deep relationship with it. Everyone was shocked. It was the first time they had heard that Dugu Xian's clone had been killed. They were all secretly guessing who had killed Dugu Xian's clone. At that moment, Dugu Xian walked into the private room. Many people took the initiative to stand and greet Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian's status in the Shangshan clan was not simple. He had been accepted as a disciple by an ancient powerhouse. His talent was heaven-defying. His battle prowess was even more terrifying. Although he was arrogant, he had the right to be arrogant. Dugu Xian nodded and walked towards a seat. All of a sudden, his gaze froze. Immediately after, Dugu Xian's body emitted a monstrous killing intent. He walked towards Lin Feng and said coldly, Brat, I can't believe I saw you here. Did you ever think that you would die here today? Dugu Xian's killing intent was like an ocean as he directly suppressed Lin Feng. He was indescribably arrogant. It was as if he was determined to kill Lin Feng. Chapter 8:21. What's going on? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Asked Jeannie Chen. He knew Dugu Xian and Lin Feng, so he wanted to mediate the situation. This person must die. Dugu Xian's voice was cold. There was no room for negotiation. Lin Feng said indifferently, I killed one of his clones. He should have run away when he saw me, not run in front of me. Everybody was astonished when they heard Lin Feng's words. No one had thought that Dugu Xian's clone would be killed by Lin Feng. It was said that the clone had been created using a primordial technique that had fused with countless materials. Furthermore, it was supported by the magic power of an ancient powerhouse. Its battle prowess could be said to be heaven-defying, but it had been killed by Lin Feng. It was no wonder that Dugu Xian hated Lin Feng so much. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, no matter what. That was the reason. Brat, you dare to boast in front of me? I'll kill you today. Dugu Xian's voice was cold. He stepped forward, his killing intent enveloping Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He lightly slapped the table. A drop of wine flew out of the cup. Lin Feng flicked it. Swish! The drop of wine was like a sword, instantly slashing towards Dugu Xian. Break! Dugu Xian looked indifferent. He condensed his killing intent into a beam of light, which collided with Lin Feng's water sword. Both of their attacks were annihilated. These two are so strong. Many people were shocked. That seemingly simple attack just now made them shudder with fear and trepidation. That kind of collision was too terrifying. Lin Feng's cultivation has progressed so quickly. Ouyang Xiu was shocked. Lin Feng's cultivation had been so much weaker than it was now. How many years had it only been? How could he have grown to such a level? Jin Yichen and Fairy Meng Xian were also shocked. They had known Lin Feng for a long time, so they knew what Lin Feng's cultivation had been like back then. However, the battle prowess that he displayed today made them feel that it was inconceivable. Jin Yichen said, "The two of you, it's not easy for so many people to gather here today. Why don't we all drink a glass of wine peacefully? If you want to settle your grudges, you can find another opportunity." Dugu Xian's expression flickered, but in the end, he restrained his killing intent and said, "Since Brother Jin has said so, I won't spoil everyone's mood. I'll let this kid live a little longer." Dugu Xian was arrogant to the extreme. From beginning to end, he had never placed Lin Feng in his eyes. He had absolute confidence in his true body and believed that he could kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. People who are too conceited will eventually die a miserable death. How dare you spout nonsense here when you can't even differentiate between confidence and conceit? How laughable! I won't say anything to you now. I'll let you live a little longer. Enjoy the last moments of your life. Dugu Xian cast a contemptuous glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng drank a cup of wine and didn't say anything else. Dugu Xian's true body was very powerful. He was Lin Feng. He wasn't weak either. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. At that moment, Ouyang Xiu said, "Have you heard about the star trials?" The divine Tao sect's disciples were shocked. Is the star trials about to begin? That's right. It's said that the ancient astral road destroyed by the astral demons during the Middle Ages is about to be reopened. Once it's reopened, the star trials will begin. Ouyang Xiu nodded. What exactly is the star trials? Someone asked. Dugu Xian disdainfully glanced at the cultivator who had asked the question and said, "The star trial is in a place called the Calamity Star Field in the Starry Sky world. There are many stars there, forming a special space. Even if cultivators haven't broken through to the God realm, they can still fly in the starry sky and travel between stars. There are endless opportunities in that star field." "There's such a star field?" Someone was shocked. Fairy Meng Xian said, "I've heard that the star trials aren't simple. Not only are there endless opportunities, but you can also absorb the power of the stars to greatly increase your soul power." Many people's hearts began to burn. They all looked forward to the star trials. Ouyang Xiu said, "The ancient astral road is currently being repaired. If it can be repaired and reopened, it'll definitely be a great opportunity for the cultivators of the Tianwu continent. I've heard that there are many mysterious races in the outer realms. If we enter that starfield to participate in the star trials, will we run into cultivators from other races?" Someone asked. There is indeed such a possibility. Following that, a cultivator nodded in affirmation. Lin Feng said indifferently, "If we do run into them, it won't necessarily be a good thing. The world of cultivators is filled with deception and deceit, and danger is everywhere. There's a saying that goes, 'Those who aren't of our race should be punished.' I'm sure everyone is familiar with this saying." Many people's expressions changed when they heard Lin Feng's words. This sentence was indeed very reasonable. People were always deceitful and deceitful. Killing people to steal treasures wasn't uncommon. What about other races? If they really ran into them, who knew what terrifying things would happen? Of course, even though the star trials were filled with danger, it couldn't stop the crowd's enthusiasm. Everyone was obviously very interested in the star trials. Then Gu Yun mentioned the heaven opening road. Many people knew about the heaven opening road. It seemed that the heaven opening road would open in the next 10 years. However, no one knew exactly when it would open. The banquet gradually came to an end. Duguxian drank 3 cups of wine in a row. He abruptly stood up and released a terrifying, deadly energy which immediately enveloped Lin Feng. "Get out here and die. I'll definitely kill you today." Duguxian's voice was ice cold. Many people were shocked. Duguxian really wanted to kill Lin Feng. During the banquet, everyone had thought that Duguxian wouldn't attack again. But now, the banquet was about to end. Duguxian didn't hide his killing intent towards Lin Feng anymore. Private fights aren't allowed in Heavenly Divine City. Murong Shui was worried that Lin Feng would be at a disadvantage. So she spoke up. "Humph, I want to kill him. Can the rules of Heavenly Divine City stop me? No one can save him today." Duguxian was extremely arrogant, and his voice was as cold as ice. Genie Chen said, "Private fights in Heavenly Divine City are disrespectful to the Emperor. Even if an Emperor died, he would still be respected. He would still be respected and worshipped by the people." Duguxian's voice was indifferent. "Heavenly Divine City has a life and death arena, right? I'll kill him in the life and death arena." In the life and death arena, it was a battle to the death between 2 people. No one else was allowed to interfere. In this way, this battle wasn't considered a private fight. "There's a life and death arena," a cultivator said. Genie Chen looked coldly at Lin Feng. "I'll wait for you in the life and death arena. Get out here and die." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode outside. Lin Feng stood up. At that moment, his fighting intent soared. "Even if you didn't provoke me, I would still kill you. Since you came to die, there's no reason not to take your head today." Chapter 8:22. The Heaven's Chosen battle was about to begin. This matter caused a huge uproar, and countless people were moved. "Let's go and take a look." Everyone in the Heavenly Saint restaurant rushed out and flew towards the Heavenly Saint Square. There was a huge life and death arena here. "Activate the life and death arena." With a loud shout, the life and death arena opened. The huge life and death arena floated in the air, emitting shocking fluctuations. On the life and death arena, there were blade marks, sword holes, and blood stains. It seemed to be describing the peak battle that happened here in the past. It was unknown how many people had died in the life and death arena. Now, Duguxian and Lin Feng had both landed on the life and death arena. This battle could be said to have shocked the entire Heaven's Sacred City. Countless people came to watch the battle, and even the ancestors of the 5 great clans were alarmed. Duguxian is rumored to have a special physique, which is why he was heavily nurtured by the divine sect. No one knows how strong Duguxian is and who is his opponent. He actually dares to fight with Duguxian. "Isn't this just courting death?" A cultivator in the crowd said. He obviously didn't think highly of Lin Feng in this battle. "Brother, are you ignorant?" The young cultivator opposite him killed Duguxian's clone in the Rain capital, and his strength is also extremely terrifying. "It's hard to say who will win this battle. It's not that I'm ignorant. It's just that you're taking it for granted. I know Duguxian's clone is very strong, but there's still a huge gap between it and his real body. Therefore, being able to kill Duguxian's clone doesn't mean you can kill Duguxian's real body. Duguxian is a descendant of an ancient power. Killing him is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, not to mention that he has a special constitution. Therefore, it's more likely that Duguxian killed that young cultivator." Hearing you say that, I also think it makes sense. The discussion of the surrounding cultivators did not affect Lin Feng. After landing on the arena, Lin Feng walked towards Duguxian step by step. His battle intent was getting stronger and stronger. That fighting spirit was like an army of thousands of men and horses charging together. Invincible. It was shocking. You actually know how to condense battle intent. Dugu Xian's expression was indifferent. Kill, he shouted, and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. An invisible force surged out from the void. This was killing intent. It was the same as Lin Feng's heaven-punishing battle intent and battle momentum. Killing intent was also a type of force. Bang! Battle intent and killing intent collided in the void. This was the collision of two potentials. In the void, waves of destructive power spread out. Crack, crack! The restrictions covering the life and death ring began to shatter. Isn't this too strong? You want to destroy the life and death arena's restrictions before even fighting? Many people cried out in surprise. A cultivator said, "No, they have already fought. Both of them are heaven-defying and have comprehended force. Just now, two forces collided." Ah, force. Wasn't it said that creation realm cultivators who comprehended force were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns? How could they comprehend force? A cultivator said doubtfully, "There are always some geniuses in the world who have mastered abilities that others can't. Obviously, the two people in front of us are such geniuses." An old cultivator said, "Fist intent." At that moment, Dugu Xian punched towards Lin Feng. A huge fist condensed in the void. In an instant, all the spectators realized that everything in the world had disappeared. In their eyes, there was only Dugu Xian's punch. Fist intent. This was actually the concept of fist. One's spirit had to transform again to reach the level of intent. This transformation was naturally extremely difficult, but once the spirit transformed into intent, its power would increase greatly. Just like the fist intent that Dugu Xian displayed now, its power was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng was also filled with shock. This was the first time he had fought a cultivator with a special bloodline. This Dugu Xian was indeed powerful. Lin Feng had mastered force. Dugu Xian had also mastered force. Lin Feng had mastered the power of intent. Dugu Xian had also mastered the power of intent. The strength of a successor nurtured by an ancient force was indeed heaven-defying. Sky splitter. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and suddenly exploded. In the void, a lightning blade condensed and slashed towards Dugu Xian. Bang! The attacks of the two sides collided again. The runes of the life and death arena were shattering. The arena was trembling violently. Heavens! This battle is too terrifying. The life and death arena can't withstand it. Many people cried out in shock. Boom! Boom! Lin Feng and Dugu Xian suddenly stepped on the life and death arena and soared into the sky. The life and death arena couldn't withstand the two terrifying forces and directly collapsed, causing rubble to fall. How many battles has the life and death arena experienced? It's actually destroyed just like that. Someone muttered, his heart filled with shock. The battle between Lin Feng and Dugu Xian didn't seem like a battle between two young cultivators. It was as if two gods and demons were fighting. I underestimated you. Do you know what my bloodline is? Dugu Xian's voice grew colder. Lin Feng frowned. What bloodline? My bloodline is called Dao Cutter. Dugu Xian stepped forward, the power of his bloodline awakening. Dugu Xian clearly knew that Lin Feng wasn't easy to deal with, so he wanted to awaken his bloodline power to deal with Lin Feng. Endless bloody light soared into the sky. It was as if a primordial god was about to awaken in Dugu Xian's body. The power of his bloodline. Dugu Xian is about to activate his bloodline power. He has a special constitution, and his bloodline contains unimaginably terrifying power. A cultivator shouted in shock. The reason why people with special bloodlines were so powerful, it was because of the inheritance of their bloodline. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had the immortal divine body. However, his immortal divine body hadn't awakened yet. Although his immortal divine body was known as one of the 10 great ancient forbidden constitutions, it couldn't be used without an awakened immortal divine body. Du Guxian's bloodline had already awakened, so he quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. He raised his hand and attacked Lin Feng. Sky Splitter, sword intent, sword and saber merged, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He released 2 types of intent to fight against Du Guxian. However, something terrifying happened. Dao Cutter! Du Guxian shouted coldly and slashed with his palm. Lin Feng's Sky Splitter and sword intent were instantly shattered. Du Guxian's palm landed on his body, and it felt as if an ancient divine mountain had slammed into him. His body was sent flying. Too weak. Du Guxian walked over step by step, his black hair dancing wildly. He looked like a demon god, looking down at Lin Feng. How can you fight me with such weak strength? I can suppress you millions of times with one hand. Boom. Chapter 8:23. Du Guxian is too strong. That's the power of a special constitution and bloodline. That young cultivator is going to be suppressed by Du Guxian. Many people cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. It was the first time they had seen someone with a special constitution fight. His bloodline had been activated. The battle prowess that exploded out was indeed powerful. It was shocking and unbelievable. The power of a bloodline is really strong. Facing Du Guxian's oppressive aura, Lin Feng frowned. Du Guxian had activated his bloodline and used the Dao Cutter skill. It was really too strong. He had completely suppressed Du Guxian. This was a special constitution called the Dao Cutter body. Dao Cutter meant severing. Dao meant the great Dao. The Dao Cutter body meant severing all great Daos. Therefore, the Dao severing body was a very domineering ultimate skill. No matter what kind of powerful divine ability one used, it would be severed by the Dao severing body. For example, Lin Feng's Sky Splitter and sword intent had been broken by Du Guxian's Dao Cutter. Now, facing Du Guxian's attack, Lin Feng condensed the Sky Splitter lightning and a huge ball of energy condensed in his hand. Then Lin Feng took out the ball of energy and threw it at Du Guxian. It's useless. Dao Cutter, Dao Cutter, Dao Cutter, Dao Cutter, Dao Cutter, Dao Cutter. Even if you have thousands of techniques, you will be cut down by me today. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying attack suddenly came crashing down. Slash! Du Guxian's attack tore through the lightning. He arrived in front of Lin Feng and attacked. Bang! With a dull sound, Lin Feng was sent flying again. Damn it! Lin Feng looked a bit gloomy. He had rarely been so aggrieved when fighting against the younger generation. Lin Feng had been completely suppressed. No matter what technique he used, it seemed like it had no effect. It was too aggrieving. These were the top successors nurtured by ancient powers. The power they grasped was too terrifying. It was not something that ordinary successors could compare to. Blocking 2 of my Dao executioners is pretty good, but I only used 30% of my strength. Now, I'll increase it to 50%. Let's see if you can still block it. Du Guxian laughed coldly and walked over, his black hair dancing wildly. Countless people were shocked. He had such powerful combat strength, yet he had only used 30% of his strength. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? No wonder Du Guxian is being nurtured by the superior divine sect. He's too powerful. He's probably strong enough to compete with the older generation, right? I wonder how many more moves that young cultivator can take. Actually, that young cultivators' battle prowess isn't necessarily weaker than Dugu Xian's. The only reason he was suppressed by Dugu Xian was because of his special constitution. Dugu Xian activated his bloodline and awakened his Tao-severing body, which increased his cultivation to an unfathomable level. That's right, Dugu Xian has already made a name for himself in this battle. Many people shook their heads. They thought that Lin Feng would definitely lose. It was just a question of how long he would be able to last. Boom! Dugu Xian's body exploded with an even more terrifying strength. This power was enough to make one's expression change. Just as Dugu Xian had said, he was going to use 50% of his strength. Dugu Xian, who was using 50% of his strength, was indeed much stronger than before. Slash! Shouted Dugu Xian coldly. He quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Everybody saw that Dugu Xian had turned into a beam of light between heaven and earth. It seemed like there was only one beam of light. That beam of light was aimed at Lin Feng. It wanted to tear Lin Feng apart. This attack was truly too terrifying. It could even be said to be capable of destroying heaven and earth. It was frightening and moving. Confinement. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He activated his 5 devouring martial spirits and formed a powerful confinement magnetic field. He directly shrouded Dugu Xian. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly, the confinement magnetic field was naturally more powerful. Dugu Xian, who was rushing towards Lin Feng as fast as lightning, was suddenly confined in the air. Lin Feng used the axe shattering the firmament. In the void, a giant axe formed and blasted towards Dugu Xian, who was imprisoned. What's that? Everybody looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They thought that Dugu Xian was going to defeat Lin Feng in a spurt of energy or even kill him. Lin Feng used some unknown technique to confine Dugu Xian. Instead, he launched a counterattack against Dugu Xian. The light of the axe instantly chopped down. Dugu Xian looked indifferent. He coldly shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, the terrifying pressure surrounding his body disappeared without a trace. Dugu Xian raised his hand and shattered the light of the axe. "You're really surprising me more and more, but it's far from enough. Hurry up and use whatever moves you have, because you'll be a dead man soon. When that time comes, you won't have a chance to use them." Dugu Xian tore apart Lin Feng's confinement magnetic field and strode over arrogantly. He looked askance at Lin Feng. He didn't take Lin Feng seriously, but his cultivation was really too strong. Lin Feng had never felt such great pressure. He frowned and began to condense the word destruction and death. Boom! A strong wave of energy surged out. The word destruction and death were condensed. The 2 large Tao characters pressed down on Dugu Xian. He hoped to use the power of the word destruction to break Dugu Xian's cutting Tao body. Cutting Tao! Dugu Xian shouted coldly. He rushed over and collided with Lin Feng's death and destruction. It was like an ancient divine mountain colliding. The void trembled. Lin Feng's destruction and death were broken by Dugu Xian, and Dugu Xian was forced to take a few steps back. Dugu Xian's expression became colder. "Is this your last resort? If so, you'll die." Immediately after, Dugu Xian walked towards Lin Feng again. With every step Dugu Xian took, his battle prowess would increase by a large margin. He increased his strength from 50% to 70%. Divine Ability Talisman, activate! Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He activated the Divine Ability Talisman. This was his strongest move. Lin Feng planned to use the Divine Ability Talisman to support the Secret Soul technique to attack Dugu Xian. The 2 sides were about to collide. At that moment, the sky shook and the earth shook. "Look, what's that?" Someone pointed to the sky in horror. High up in the sky, a huge flaming meteor was falling. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The flaming meteorite smashed into the fog forest outside Heaven Divine City. Next, endless flames soared into the sky. Amidst the flames, a fire ape appeared. Then, an old Buddha appeared in the void. Demon, prying into the secrets of the heavens is unforgivable. The old Buddha's voice resounded through the clouds. Endless golden Buddha, light, soared into the sky. He was bathed in the golden Buddha light like an ancient Buddha who had attained the Tao. But now, the Buddha was angry. The fire ape roared. In the 3 realms and 6 paths, billions of creatures have their own opportunities. Since I've received guidance from the battle's sacred ape, this is my opportunity. You people from the Buddhist world have chased after me, going against the natural order of the world. Buddhists who claim to be merciful are inferior to demons. Impudent, the old Buddha roared. The battle's sacred ape is the embodiment of evil. His inheritance is not tolerated by the heavens. You people have coveted his inheritance, so you should be destroyed to prevent a disaster. Chapter 8:24. Heavens! What's going on? Countless people's eyes were fixed on the battle in the void. A falling meteor, a mysterious old Buddha, a fire ape. All of this was too confusing. A drop of blood in the starry sky. How sorrowful can it be? This is a mark from the great battle of the past. Suddenly, the demon lord sitting on the grave spoke. The great battle of the past is happening again. Lin Feng was shocked. He looked at the depths of the misty forest. The old Buddha's hand covered the sky, trying to suppress the fire ape. The fire ape was also in existence with great divine abilities. It resisted with all its might and punched out, shattering the old Buddha's attack. Whoosh! Next, the fire ape soared into the sky. Monster, where do you think you're going? The old Buddha shouted coldly and chased after the fire ape. The scene suddenly changed. Next, an endless river of stars appeared in the sky. The brilliant river of stars was densely packed. It was like silver sand sprinkling down. The fire ape fled to the starry sky outside. Even the others knew at this moment that what they saw was only a mark left behind by the events of the past. What had happened in the past? They could only find out from the scene. The old Buddha and the fire ape fought in the starry sky. Merciful Buddha's palm. The old Buddha attacked. An endless golden light lingered around him, making him look even more sacred and inviolable. Reveal your true face, despicable old bald donkey. The fire ape roared. It was very powerful, and it grew 3 heads and 6 arms. It was a terrifying divine ability, a cultivator exclaimed. 3 heads, 6 arms, great divine ability. Isn't that a supreme divine ability created by the sacred battle apes? Sacred battle ape? The supreme existence that swept through the heavens in the primordial era, but was eventually surrounded and killed. Someone cried out in shock. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the legends of the sacred battle ape. When he went to the East Sea, he had even seen the mountain of flowers and fruit, the cursed place. When the world was first created, it gave birth to all kinds of living beings, such as heavenly flames, immortal herbs, and so on. Among them, the one that had been around for the longest time was the Stone Tribe. The Stone Tribe was born and nurtured by the heavens and earth. They absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and gained intelligence. Once the Stone Clan became a true life form, they would be too terrifying. For example, the Stone God was such an existence. But to be honest, the Stone God wasn't the most terrifying of the Stone Tribe. The most terrifying existence of the Stone Tribe was a living being born from the Chaos Stones. Chaos Stones were stones that were born at the beginning of the world. In the Eastern Sea, the country of Ao Lai had such a Chaos Stone. Ever since the creation of the world, it had experienced countless hardships, absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, absorbed the power of the sun and moon, and finally completed its transformation. After that, this existence transformed into a stone monkey and obtained a great opportunity from the heavens and earth, learning many innate techniques and becoming one of the most terrifying existences in the supreme ancient immortal realms. This existence was also known as the sacred battle ape. Helplessly, in that era, the undying world's heavenly court was high and mighty. The status of the Western Buddhist world was revered. The heavenly court recruited the sacred battle apes. However, the sacred battle ape, who had always pursued freedom, refused. And a sacred battle ape with such a character was destined to not be tolerated by the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm. Thus, the first great war of the early primordial era, the great war of immortals and demons, erupted. Many races that were oppressed by the heavenly court chose the sacred battle apes as their leaders to wage war against the heavenly court. The sacred battle apes were too powerful and won every battle. However, the heavenly court invited the 7 ancient Buddhas of Buddhism. The 7 ancient Buddhas joined forces and killed the sacred battle ape in the depths of the starry sky world. This great war between the immortals and demons ended with the sacred battle ape leading many races losing. Countless living beings died. Countless years later, a shamanic fire ape obtained the inheritance in a mysterious place. And that shamanic fire ape became stronger and stronger. Finally, it was discovered by the Buddhist realm. The great battle in the depths of the starry sky world caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The sun and moon lost their light, and the galaxy reversed. Be it the fire ape or the old Buddha, their battle prowess was heaven-defying. They moved the stars, destroyed the galaxy, and caused the heavenly cycle to become chaotic. 72 transformations, innate technique. The fire ape roared and used an even more terrifying innate technique. This was a peerless innate technique created by the sacred battle ape. In the primordial age, the sacred battle ape had used the 72 transformations innate technique to fight against the 7 ancient Buddhas without losing. If not for the sacred battle ape being ambushed by the 33 heavens, Lord hiding in the dark, the outcome of that battle was unpredictable. This inheritance was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that the undying world's supreme heavenly court and the Buddhist realm trembled. It's this kind of innate technique. It's really this kind of technique. I must destroy you, evil beast. The old Buddha was horrified and roared in horror. Amitabha, Amitabha, lay down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Another 3 old Buddhas walked out from the starry sky world. Behind their heads, there were rays of Buddhist light. Their dharma was boundless. The 4 ancient Buddhas attacked the fire ape. Are you afraid? Back then, you used despicable means to kill the sacred battle ape senior. Now, you want to use the same method to kill me. The fire ape roared furiously. I was originally a small ape, and I only reached this level because of a fortuitous encounter. But I will never surrender. I am willing to use my demonic blood to dye the starry sky red. I am willing to use my battle intent to awaken the common people. The fire ape roared and attacked the 4 old Buddhas. But in the end, it was no match for the 4 old Buddhas. Evil beast, you have completely turned into a demon. If we don't get rid of you, won't you become another sacred battle ape who will bring disaster to the common people? An old Buddha said coldly, "Ha ha ha." The fire ape laughed. No wonder the sacred battle ape senior rebelled against you. You people from the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court are high and mighty, enslaving all the living beings in the universe. Every time a powerful being appears in the universe, you wipe them out. Shut up, impudent! The four old Buddhas roared furiously. They didn't want to hear the fire ape's words, even though it was the truth. Under the attacks of the four old Buddhas, the fire ape gradually stopped and was about to be killed. Let's go to hell together. Before it died, the fire ape roared. His body instantly exploded. The fire ape had chosen to self-destruct. Lunatic! The four old Buddhas shouted in horror. They frantically ran away, but they couldn't escape. They were also submerged, and their bodies exploded. They turned into a bloody mist. A meteor fell. It devoured. It was stained with the blood of the fire ape and the four old Buddhas. The meteor flew through the starry sky world. Faintly, the fire ape's last words seemed to come from the meteor. We were born in this world, so we should fight for our freedom. We are not their slaves. Our fate is in our own hands. Please be careful. The heavenly court and the Buddhist realm, they will mercilessly wipe, but his last words couldn't be heard. They will mercilessly wipe out all powers that cannot be controlled. The demon lord muttered. He was a big shot of the undying realm, but he was also enslaved by the heavenly court. Those who didn't submit were mercilessly wiped out. Countless years later, the meteor fell from the starry sky world into the foggy forest of the Tianwu continent. All the images disappeared without a trace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless cultivators soared into the sky and flew toward the foggy forest. The falling meteor had absorbed the blood essence of the fire ape and the four old Buddhas. The ancient inheritance recorded in their bloodlines must have fallen as well. Chapter 8:25. Brat, you're lucky. I'll come and kill you next time. Dugu Xian glanced at Lin Feng coldly, then flew into the sky and rushed towards the depths of the forest. He couldn't wait to find the treasures in the depths of the forest. The blood-stained meteorite was imprinted with the supreme inheritance of the battle saint apes and Buddhism. Even the inheritors of archaic powers found it hard to resist this type of temptation. It was too fatal, making one's mind waver. Lin Feng gazed into the depths of the forest. He didn't act immediately because he knew how dangerous the forest was. When he had come to Sky Divine City, Lin Feng had crossed the central region of the forest and encountered a beast emperor. He had narrowly escaped death. This was only the central region of the forest, but it was already so dangerous. No one knew how dangerous the deepest part of the misty forest was. Since the depths of the forest were called forbidden areas, they were naturally filled with danger. Do you want to go in and take a look? Asked Murong Shui. Let's wait for a while. I don't think that meteorite will be easy to find, said Lin Feng with a frown. Murong Shui nodded. She didn't rush into the forest either. The meteorite falling from the sky was quickly spreading, as if it had grown wings. The transmission array in the Heaven Sacred City kept flashing, and many people came through the transmission array. There were even many strong cultivators from faraway prefectures who used teleportation portals to come. Amit Ba. Good. The arrival of a dozen monks caused a huge commotion because monks were rarely seen. Although there was a Buddhist kingdom in the west among the 3,000 prefectures, they rarely went out. However, the monks of the Western Buddhist kingdom rarely came out. Even if they did come out to gain experience, most of them were alone. Now, more than a dozen eminent monks had come out. Obviously, the Western Buddhist kingdom had heard about the four old Buddhas. They came here to search for the lost orthodoxies of the past. The monks didn't stay for long and quickly left. They entered the forest with a supreme Buddhist treasure, hoping to use it to find the location of the Buddhist blood of their ancestors. The Buddhist kingdom of the Western regions is the strangest among the 3,000 provinces. Ordinary people can't go there. An old man began to talk about the Buddhist kingdom in an inn, asked a cultivator, "What's so strange about it? Is the Western region's Buddhist kingdom a dragon's lair or a tiger's den? Have you forgotten what you saw? It was the fire ape's dying roar." The old cultivator said with a solemn expression. Many people couldn't help but frown as they recalled. The fire ape cursed the Buddhists to be even more evil than demons, but ordinary people did not understand why the fire ape would curse the Buddhists in such a way. The Western region Buddhist kingdom has a very strange power. Once you enter the Western region Buddhist kingdom, you may be assimilated by that power. You may voluntarily stay in the Western region Buddhist kingdom and become a monk. You may spend the rest of your life by the side of the green lamp, peacefully studying Buddhism and cutting off your mortal feelings. The 3,000 worldly affairs have nothing to do with me anymore. The old cultivators said. Cultivators can sever the mundane world. Convert to Buddhism? I don't believe it anyway. Someone said. The old cultivator continued. When I was young, I went out to train with my friends. Out of curiosity, they entered the Western region's Buddhist kingdom. From then on, they converted to Buddhism. No matter how much I tried to dissuade them, they never turned back. There's such a thing. Many people felt very moved. It was obvious that the Buddhist kingdom of the West was indeed very strange. The Buddhists were a power that should not be provoked. Even the ancient powers would feel afraid when facing them. Not only did the Buddhists come, but the Taoists also came. Mount Longhu, the holy land of the Taoists, had a dozen Taoists come to Heaven Divine City. Boom! A terrifying chi surged in the sky. From a distance, an endless golden light soared into the sky. Within the golden light, an enormous being flew over. His body was extremely huge, and when he spread his wings, they could cover a distance of 3,000 li, a great rock. It's a great rock. It's the overlord of the sea, the heavenly rock king. He's a big shot of the demonic beasts. Many people cried out in alarm. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the heavenly rock king. He was extremely famous, and his battle prowess was incredible. He was one of the big shots of the demonic beasts. The heavenly rock king rushed into the misty forest and disappeared without a trace. Even the big shots of the demonic beasts have come. It's going to be very lively. Countless people in Heaven Divine City were discussing this matter. Not all the cultivators had entered the misty forest. Some people didn't plan to look for the meteorite. Maybe it was because the misty forest was too dangerous, or because too many people had entered, and it was too difficult to find such a fortuitous opportunity. Or maybe it was because of some other reasons. Very quickly, a great battle broke out in the misty forest. Some creatures from the depths of the forest came out and started fighting with the cultivators. The battle was very fierce. Many cultivators were killed by the creatures from the depths of the forest. Trespassers in the depths of the misty forest will die. The creatures from the depths of the forest said coldly. Many cultivators had to retreat. At this time, the auction was held. Because of the meteorite, too many strong cultivators had been attracted. Therefore, the price of the items auctioned this time was much higher than before. Lin Feng's 2 Dao tools caused a huge commotion. They were the pirate king dragons, and the great golden immortal dynasty's Dao tools. The pirate king dragons, and the great golden immortal dynasty had been looking for it, but now it was being auctioned. If those 2 groups knew about it, would they be angered to death? The final price of the white tiger heaven-shattering saber was 2,370,000 top-grade spirit stones. The final price of the heavenly dragon seal was 2,200,000 top-grade spirit stones. In the past, Lin Feng didn't even dare to think about that many top-grade spirit stones. After hearing the news, the pirate king dragons, and the great golden Immortal Dynasty sent people to investigate who had placed the 2 Dao tools in the auction house. Lin Feng wasn't worried that they would be able to find out anything here. He believed that Jiang Chao wouldn't leak his information. 3 days later, shocking news came from the Misty Forest. Some cultivators found a blood-stained meteorite. This was a meteorite that had collapsed when the meteorite fell. It was only the size of a fist, but amidst the blood, a rune light soared into the sky. Obviously, it hid a huge secret. This matter caused a huge commotion. The cultivator who obtained the meteorite was killed without being able to come out alive. Many big forces fought fiercely to snatch the meteorite, and the casualties were extremely heavy. In the end, these big forces decided to temporarily stop fighting and study the value of this blood-stained meteorite together. Many big forces continued to return to Heaven's sacred city. Now, Heaven's sacred city was shrouded in an extremely tense atmosphere. Demon Lord, what do you think? Asked Lin Feng. When the meteorite fell, I observed it for a while. It's indeed not simple. I'm guessing that there are more than 3 or 4 types of archaic divine abilities imprinted on the meteorite, maybe even more, said the Demon Lord. Lin Feng was moved. The Demon Lord's words couldn't be wrong. He felt that he should also take action. If he could find the meteorite and comprehend the archaic divine abilities recorded on it, it would be a huge opportunity. Every time a cultivator cultivated an archaic divine ability, their battle strength would increase crazily.